You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That is my cue. There we go. Lights, cameras, action. Let's roll. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, good morning. We roll into a Thursday. For the rest of the country, good evening. As we wind things down, making our way to the 16th day of December. Yes, less than 10 days till Christmas. And hope your week's going well. Well, I suppose we could jump right into it. 24 hours ago, we were talking about the potential for trucks to be blown over on the highways and byways out there. It's been an incredibly crazy, windy day through the heart of the country. And we still have some live action going as we go through the overnight hours. Let me start off with a couple of the updates, what we've seen in just the last few hours, according to AccuWeather, as they're kind of tracking this powerful system as it progresses off to the northeast, headed into Canada. First of all, let's see, this system over the central states unleashing impressive winds across the region. We've already got a number of records set this past day. According to the National Weather Service, Des Moines, Iowa, experienced their highest wind gust since 1970. And it wasn't even related to a thunderstorm. It's just the wind. This was a 74-mile-per-hour gust at just before 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 here. So just a few hours ago. Now, that was on the backside of that line of thunderstorms that had already cleared the city further west A 70-mile-per-hour gust observed in Omaha, Nebraska. Now, that was about 4 hours after thunderstorms had swept through that city. Omaha was also experiencing blowing dust kicked up by the powerful winds. Yeah, power outages. My. Wednesday's far-reaching weather system knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, right now, those numbers are in excess of 400,000. Iowa is kind of ground zero. Iowa was approaching 150,000 out of power here about an hour ago. The current number, according to Power Outage US, is about 136,000 and some change. You had 92,000 plus without power in Kansas, more than 52,000 without power in Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin is seeing the action continuing to push through right now. The numbers could increase there. If there's any region that will still be experiencing severe thunderstorms, that is the zone. Central portions of Wisconsin and northern Wisconsin. I just pulled up the latest with this line of thunderstorms that's pushing through there. So we've got a number of counties from northern Wisconsin, northeastern Wisconsin, down through central portions of the state. This line of thunderstorms pushing off to the northeast. The line is moving at 65 miles per hour. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that line of storms, and that's why we're probably going to see increasing numbers of outages there in the state of Wisconsin. What else on the list here? It's incredible. Further north, Lincoln, Nebraska, winds gusting to 93 miles per hour, which caused the rain that was falling at the time to look more like a snowstorm, limiting visibility to just a few hundred feet. Yeah, numerous high-profile vehicles having difficulty navigating through the winds, multiple accidents, multiple blowovers across the region. It's been a year and 4 months since Iowa was devastated by that powerful derecho. Recall that? Yeah, the same areas now experiencing another extreme wind event. We're going back to August of 2020, that derecho that flattened entire fields of corn, snapped trees like they were toothpicks, billions of dollars in damage. Yes, several locations clocked winds gusts over 100 miles per hour as that complex of thunderstorms blasted through. Now, the storms currently sweeping across, not as powerful as 2020, but we have seen 60 and 80 mile per hour winds this past day. Isolated tornadoes reported as well. As far as tornadic activity, the good news is it looks like the tornado threat is really greatly diminished over the last several hours, say the last 3 hours. Now, if we go back to the storm reports, especially going back to the late afternoon and early evening hours, there were dozens of tornado warnings as this line of storms was sweeping through. Again, the last couple of hours, I think it's like the latest warning was about 10:30 Eastern time there in Wisconsin. So it's been an hour and a half. And the line of thunderstorms appears to continue to be weakening a bit, with the exception of that complex there pushing through Wisconsin. It turned out to be a very skinny line of thunderstorms, just as the models had depicted. A fast-moving, powerful line of severe weather that was racing eastward. Radar depictions of the weather system showing the storm would form a very skinny but packing a punch as far as huge, powerful winds and that threat of tornadoes. That skinny line of storms indeed materialized almost exactly as they had predicted. All right, the winds across Iowa, going back here just a few hours ago, 250 wind reports, incidents, damage across the central states, Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, Iowa. Yeah, peak wind gusts hitting triple digits in some areas. One of the most impressive storms, though, was softball-sized hail near Emporia, Kansas. Now, when you're talking hail of that magnitude, significant damage to property, The reports continue to come in through the evening hours as these storms advance. And yes, we saw multiple tractor trailers and other trucks on the highways blown over. One semi overturned on I-80 in Atlantic, Iowa, about 80 miles west of Des Moines. In another rollover crash, reporters tended to a badly injured driver before medics could arrive on the scene. The burst of intense wind lasted about 5 minutes before the temperatures started cooling dramatically. Also, a trooper with the Missouri State Highway Patrol told a local news station a driver was ejected when strong winds tossed his box truck off the highway. That driver was flown to a nearby hospital with serious injuries. So yeah, this storm, they've been warning us for several days. Now, I had received emails from some of our listening friends here this past evening saying, boy, you called that right, Steve. Let me start with, Gordon said, man, you weren't kidding about the winds. It was incredibly bad leaving Kansas City. Rain was coming down in buckets, blowing sideways. So that was Country Bumpkin who said, I'm just going to hit the hay, get some rest. Everybody have a good night, but be safe out there. CNI Dog said, well, everybody knows it's windy. I'm not going to be joining you tonight due to the weather wind event. We were canceled in the Midwest for tonight. For those other drivers that are going to be out there, please be safe out there. I'll be catching you on the podcast. All right, CNI Dog, good to have you on board. Thanks for your participation in the program. All right, what we see here, let's see. The storm system triggering the severe weather is as strong as last week's system. A tremendous amount of energy with this storm. But again, the tornado threat was not nearly as great as what we saw last week because most of the moisture that you need to fuel those thunderstorms was not in place. It could not pull in the same level of humidity that we saw last Friday because the storm track was several hundred miles further to the north. But nonetheless, the winds is what we've been contending with. All right, a few hours after the initial thunderstorms pushing through, that's when the winds, eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, southern Missouri, maybe eastern Oklahoma, these winds traveling a great distance. Now, if wind damage from these showers and storms occurs across a swath of more than 240 miles, including gusts of at least 58 miles per hour or greater along the length, and I think this is probably going to fit that criteria, it will go down in the books as a derecho. It will definitely have derecho-like winds and forward speeds, and it looks like it's going to go the distance. So it'll take them a little bit of time to actually make that call. Call it what you will. But the high wind gusts with this system. Now, even outside of, again, the thunderstorms or any tornadoes, overnight tonight, even into daybreak Thursday, winds could frequent 50 to 80 miles per hour. That threat of truck blowovers, toppled trees, and widespread power outages will continue through the overnight hours. All right, so again, some of the threat is behind us. Let me flip back over to the current national radar scene and see where this skinny line is now pushing through. All right, the skinny line has now cleared Iowa, where you're going to be seeing some of the strongest winds at this hour, of course, through central and eastern Wisconsin. Then the line extends right down through central portions of Illinois. The line will be making a beeline towards St. Louis the next few hours. Right now, kind of knocking on the door down into Springfield, Missouri, and begins to tail off in northeast Oklahoma as things continue to spread on to the south with our system. What else on the list? Further to the west now. What a mess it has been in California. Feet of snow, inches of rain, mudslides, treacherous travel. Downtown Los Angeles, we saw a daily record of 2.16 inches of rainfall recorded on Tuesday. You don't see rains like that in California typically. In some places, that would be equivalent to the annual rainfall. That's more than double the previous daily record for Los Angeles. That daily record was set in 1888. It was the wettest day in nearly 4 years. Downpours were even more extensive in other portions of the state, as more than 4.5 inches of rain were recorded in both Oakland and San Francisco. Rain wreaking havoc on vehicles surrounding the Los Angeles River, cars being washed away by the rapidly rising waters, members of the Los Angeles Fire Department struggling to reach the vehicles due to the strong river currents Tuesday morning. First incident occurred as a result of a rollover crash, according to KTLA. No vehicle was found at the scene of the accident when firefighters arrived. Witnesses say the car had been swept away into the river. A couple of hours later, the vehicle was seen in the water, pinned against a support column under a bridge. They're not sure if the vehicle was even occupied at the time. They did not make any rescue efforts because of the dangerous water conditions there. But the fire department spokesperson said there's no way an individual can survive that. This is what we would call a recovery effort at this point. While first responders were analyzing the wreckage of that first vehicle, a second car floated down the river and got stacked on top of the first car. Soon after that, a third vehicle washed past the same bridge and was carried further down the river. It was just a nightmarish kind of scene there. All right, despite all that, some of the state's most perilous roads were actually far away from the city. In the high country, avalanche warnings were in effect for areas of the eastern Sierra Nevada range, including near Lake Tahoe. The very popular Kirkwood Mountain Ski Resort was actually forced to close due to unsafe snow conditions. They reported 17 inches of snow with heavy winds. According to the highway patrol there, it's just so bad, so thick. We're telling people, if you don't need to be around this area, you probably shouldn't travel. All right, at Donner Pass, semi-truck drivers forced to pull over and wait out the near-zero visibility conditions from the snow squalls. Even when drivers could manage to maneuver their vehicles, other weather-related headaches ensued. For 8 hours, they had downed power lines that forced the California DOT to shut down access to a 70-mile stretch of the highway between Colfax and the Nevada state line. Now, while it was closed, feet upon feet of snow continued to pile up on the roadways. According to the report out of San Francisco, 6 feet of snow had fallen on Mount Rose, while Sugar Bowl and Palisades Tahoe both reported more than 4 feet of snow from that particular storm. Incredible. Researchers said 3 feet of snow fell in a 24-hour span Tuesday morning, which brought the total to more than 5 feet since Saturday. So kind of a crazy weather pattern we have seen this week. We'll give you more on what we've seen over the past day, but as I mentioned, we'll keep an eye on the continuing updates as far as live reports if we see any more severe weather events coming in. Again, nothing fresh popping up on the screen at this point in time. But you're just kind of rocking and rolling out there in the winds tonight, especially in the north central states. Matter of fact, I'll pull up, we're 24 hours ago, we saw those high wind warnings stretching all the way down into Texas through Oklahoma. The high wind warnings have expired in that region. Nothing for Texas. Oklahoma, Kansas is pretty much expired with the exception of the northeastern corner of the state. Tonight, it's really the northern half of Illinois, the northern reaches of Missouri, still Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, on up into northern portions of lower Michigan and the entire UP of Michigan. High wind warnings continuing. Our number, 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And hello to Heavy D checking in. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Santa Claus on board. Captain Ron checking in. Semper Fi, as usual. Hello to Philly Dan. 51 degrees in Philly at this hour. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. 007 checking in from Peculiar, Missouri at the Flying J tonight. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Hoosier, headed south at a high rate of speed. Okay. Hello to Zorro. Michigan Madman checks in. He said, boy, it's an elbows up kind of driving night here in Michigan. Santa Claus back on base tonight at March Air Force Base. I'll be headed back into the belly of the beast once again tomorrow. Santa Claus on the side. Richard, hello. Morning from Central Florida, 68 degrees. James says it's a comfortable 50 degrees here in Woodstock, Georgia, as we're looking for the return of 70s and also some rain by Saturday here. Good morning to Lori Glory. Lori Glory says, hope everyone's safe out there, safe and sound in the trucking industry. Morning, Steve, from Tank. Happy Thursday. Made it back to Memphis. Now getting one to head 90 miles onto the home 20. Everybody truck safe and have a good weekend. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Gilligan's on board. 40 degrees, clear skies in Radford, Virginia. By the way, the chain laws are up on Donner tonight, according to Santa Claus. Colfax into Truckee. Hello to Pappy, 57 degrees at this hour. That's what I'm showing outside the secret bunker. Actually, 56.3, so close enough, right? Hello to the Rebel. Everybody have a great night. Dropping in Miami this morning. We've got 76 degrees here. Gotta love it. All right, table scraps. Day number 14 with COVID. Tested positive again today. Yeah, we're cutting it close for screwing up my Christmas. I need to get out of this house and get back to work before I go insane. So kind of stuck in lockdown, right? Boy, oh boy. All right, morning from Jim in Forestville, New York, just south of Buffalo, listening in. Says, I love your program. Well, thank you very much, Jim. Good to have you on board. Let's see, Steve, when it hit the Mississippi River, seems like it took a bit of the punch out of the storm, the line of storms, but still got the wind. Hello to Rudy Toot on my last trip to Cleveland from Columbus. I'm retiring after 42 years and 3 million miles out there on the roads. Steve, I'm going to miss listening to you as I listened to you and your dad for so many years. Well, Rudy Toot, congratulations. I hope you enjoy the retirement. And maybe from time to time, if you're up late at night, you can drop us a line, say hello. All right, yeah, 42 years. That's a lot of miles. Let's see, Bidoo checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello, Bidoo. David, good morning. I am present. Okay. Let's get to our calls here, see what's going on. It's been a while since we've spoke to the world-famous Cool Breeze. How you been, Breeze?
Hey ho, Steve Areno. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How's your weather down there in Tampa, Florida tonight?
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful as usual. I just took the dog out on a walk down the street. It's a sparkling 70 degrees here at the Cool Breeze Hideout. Nice, pleasant evening. They had another record up there in Minnesota, had their first December tornado.
Yes, sir.
I heard tonight.
Yes, that's true.
They're breaking so many records. It's crazy. They're breaking records here with the heat and the low. We've had a pretty mild winter so far. It hadn't been below freezing yet, but here in Tampa, you get about 2 weeks of winter, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's all you get, and then it goes back to being summer.
just every once in a while you get a cold snap, right?
Yeah, it'll cool down. I mean, I shut my air conditioner off about Halloween. Just before Halloween, it was getting cool enough at night, but it was still going back up to like 80 in the daytime. But it was going down to like 55, maybe 60 at night. So that cools the house down. And as long as you keep your doors all closed up, it keeps it pretty pleasant. I haven't even turned my air conditioner on since before Halloween.
How about that?
I got the whole system shut down.
All right.
I save a lot of electricity that way.
No doubt.
Got the old electric bill this month, and it's a sparkling $57 this month. Isn't that nice?
That's great. Yes.
with the solar panels, that's along with the solar panel array that I have on the roof. So yeah, this is might be the lowest month I get this year. I don't know. I'm usually before I got the solar panels, I was paying over $200 for like the last 2-3 months of summertime. When you run, then the air conditioner won't stop running; it just runs and runs and runs. And once I put the solar panels on, it makes it's biting off over half of my electric bill. I swear by it. If you can get solar panels, man, do it. But I see Royal Caribbean Cruises is I don't think it's Caribbean. What is it? Royal?
Yeah, it's Royal Caribbean.
Whatever the cruise line is. Is it Royal Caribbean? Okay, yep. Royal Caribbean has another new bigger than life size ship to the seas. It's I forgot. I just saw it, man. I just saw it. They had they have the biggest cruise ship is going to be cruising out of Canaveral, I guess it is. And that'll be, you can get your first tickets on that in November. Oh, speaking of cruises, when is the Steve Sommers cruise going to happen?
I don't know. Good question, Cool Breeze. Good question.
Well, I'd recommend the bigger the boat, the better. I mean, you know me. That's what I always say. I've been out there on a cruise on a little one, and I found out I get really seasick, and I swore on that one, if I ever go on one again, I'm going to go on the biggest ship I can find. And the biggest one in the world will work just fine for me. The prices aren't any different. I mean, the prices are the same no matter where you go. But I know you're partial to which ones do you like so much?
Carnival. We've always done the fun ships, the Carnival party ships. Yeah.
They've got a new one coming on this next year too. Carnival's got a new one coming in this next year, and we'll see if it's a record-breaking world bigger than life, whatever. Got a world breaker of a roller coaster opening. I live pretty close to Busch Gardens here in Tampa. If anybody knows what Busch Gardens about, but they have this coaster built, and they're not going to open it till next year. It's half wood and it's half steel. They call it a hybrid coaster. I've seen the hill. It's got one monster hill that I don't even know how many feet high it is, but it's got to be over 200 feet. And it's another huge world-class record breaker. It's going to be the largest, fastest, tallest, all that in the whole world when it opens in 22. But they got a bunch of big ones already. I'd say if you got time to go to Busch Gardens, it's a lot cheaper than Disney or Universal or SeaWorld or anything else.
I don't much do the roller coasters anymore, Cool Breeze, man. I'm getting too old for that stuff.
Me either.
I watch the youngsters ride.
Me too. That's what I do. I can stand over there underneath one of those coasters and just find me a neat place in the shade somewhere. And I love to just sit back and watch it. Watch people go on that ride. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I don't know. But then they've got animals. It's like a huge zoo. They got a whole veldt out there that's set up like Africa, and they got all kind of. They got everything you can name out there: hippos, rhinos, giraffes, everything you can name. It's out there, and they got a big animal hospital there too. They take care of all the creatures they've got there. Not to mention all the macaws and birds, and I couldn't tell you everything that happens over there. That I get when I can afford it, I get a year's pass, and I don't live but 5 minutes from the main gate, here right by it, and I just go over there, park, and I just go over there, wander around, and they got a big alligator enclosure that you can get. And they got some pretty damn good sized gators in there, and you can get really, really close to them. But they're all pretty tame, and because they're used to getting that chicken or two a day,
mm-hmm.
And that's where I've got some of the best pictures I've got of alligators is right there and it's just a little tiny 3-foot fence, and right on the other side there's this big headed oh man, that's the closest you could get to them here, unless you fall in a river somewhere and one comes after you. But bunch of them over there anyway. And there's so much to do besides just the coasters. They've got some of their, like they're fixing to open the largest, fastest one in the world right there next year, going in 22. And it's huge. It's unreal how big it is, how tall that one big ramp is that you go up when you start and then you go, whoo, man. And they got some hectic coasters over there, but they build those for kids, Steve. I got in one time, and there wasn't enough leg room. I'm riding with my knees right against the seat in front of me, and I was like, man, this is built for little kids. I couldn't wait to get out of it. I was just crammed in there like a
well,
a sardine,
but you're damn near 7 foot tall anyway. I mean that makes a difference, don't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've got almost as much legs as I do the rest of me,
Well, Cool Breeze, how many days till Christmas?
Steve, it's a pleasure to tell you and the entire listening audience out there that's holding on to truck steering wheels and everything. And we thank you for being out there. Truckers are the best thing. Without truckers, America doesn't move, and it's only 9 days till Christmas.
All right, we got to get our news break. Great to hear from you there, Cool Breeze in Florida. I'm looking at, it's the new Royal Caribbean. It's the Wonder of the Seas. And it's still about a year from now. It'll be sailing out of Port Canaveral starting next November. So November of 2022 to April of 2023. Is bigger, better. Now, we'll share some of the numbers with you coming up. First of all, a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg. President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, The sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So it looks like they started taking reservations for the Wonder of the Seas. Yeah, every time a new ship debuts, it's the biggest, it's the biggest, it's the biggest. Wonder of the Seas. We'll spend the summer of 22 in Europe. And at the conclusion of the season there, transition to the Port Canaveral to begin the winter season from Florida. Now, it debuts, in March of 22, but they're finalizing the construction process before she debuts in March of 22 from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The inaugural sailing is scheduled for March of 22. It'll spend a few months in South Florida, then head to Europe in May of next year. But I get a load of this thing. 236,857 gross tons, 1,188 feet in length, passenger capacity, 6,988 passengers, plus 2,300 crew. I mean, we're talking 9,000 people at any given time. Matter of fact, Wonder of the Seas has 100 cabins more than the Symphony of the Seas. That's why, like I said, they keep getting bigger and bigger. Is bigger always better? You know, some of the smaller ships will have the equivalent of 2,300 crew member, oftentimes with, say, 3,500 to 4,000 passengers. Seems like you'd get, a lot better service. 2,300 crew trying to take care of nearly 7,000 passengers. I think they're probably a little bit stretched, but I don't know. That's the ship he's talking about. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. Hi there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. That's the cruise ship I want to get on. The Jolly Green and the Misfits have been on 3 cruise ships. All 3 of them have been Carnival.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you, if you've never been on a cruise, I definitely would say that Carnival is definitely the way to go. They do it right. And I'll tell you what, all I can say is, man, every time I go on a cruise, I have a smile on my face,
Yes, sir.
Just the food is great. And all I can say is, man, first time I'd ever been on a cruise, and it was the best vacation ever, But I called tonight, and I wanted to, studied some information on that accident in Kentucky versus the one out of Colorado. And the name of the guy in Kentucky was Larry Mahoney. It happened in 1989. He was drunk, and he hit the school bus, bursted into flames. It killed not 26 people, 27 people. 24 were children, and 3 were adults. And there were 40 survivors. A lot of them were badly burned.
Mm.
Now, here's the sentence. The sentence was 16 years in prison. He served 10 years in prison.
Wow.
Now, comparing that to that accident out of Colorado, and Hortfetter sent me a news article on that crash and the laws in the state of Colorado. Their law, minimum sentence for that crime of 4 deaths was 110 years. Minimum sentence.
Wow.
The judge had no choice. Now, there's a lot of things that went wrong. Let's start with the trucking company. The trucking company only was a small trucking company of 5 or 6 trucks, and they have been cited by the Department of Transportation for bad brakes on 30 different occasions. So part of the problem here is the Department of Transportation not doing their job. They should have put this company out of service until they were in compliance with equipment deficiency.
Sure.
That's one of the things. Number 2, this driver was not qualified to drive a commercial vehicle. He could not speak English. You have to be able to speak English and read the road signs according to federal law. He could not do that. All right? So this trucking company, the owner of this company, hired an unqualified driver. Number 2 point, he was not qualified to even drive mountains. He had no business on those mountains. He just was underqualified.
Yep.
So I will tell you that a lot of the 4 people, the families of the 4 people, of the people that were killed, said that they felt that he should serve 20 years. From everything that I read and some of the comments I read on that article, I actually agree. Even the judge said that he felt that the verdict was excessive, but he could not charge or come out with a verdict less than 110 years according to Colorado law. So it is actually a crying shame more than anything else. But I also believe that the owner of that trucking company also should be put in prison too. What can you say?
Putting drivers out,
faulty equipment,
drivers out there in unsafe equipment. Yeah, you can't be doing that. Yeah, absolutely. He should bear some of the responsibility. I don't know. So I'm assuming they'll probably get they'll probably appeal or whatever maybe. And I don't know. At some point in time, I mean, if you get 110 years, did it say when he would be eligible for any sort of parole or anything?
No, not in the article, to be honest with you, Steve. Maybe Horse Feathers can come up with more information. I do want to thank Horse Feathers for sending the information to me. He was right. He was talking about it was a small, he said, unscrupulous company is the way that Horse Feather put it. He was right. It's a company that has no business being in business, Steve.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. With that many violations from the Department of Transportation, I'd like to ask the Department of Transportation, why didn't you shut this company down? They had no business out there, Steve. So that's what had me bothered about this whole thing. And I remembered that Mahoney case there in Kentucky. And, of course, I realize it's different states, Steve, and I understand that.
Right.
But 110 years is a bit excessive for what he did. It was not – he didn't deliberately kill people. Yeah, he made a lot of mistakes. It was a horrible accident, but I don't think he deserves 110 years.
No.
So, also getting back to the roller coasters that Cool Breeze was talking about, Jolly Green used to love roller coasters, but I'm sure you remember this, Steve, and Kings Island had a roller coaster, wooden roller coaster called the Son of the Beast, which was a loop ride.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you, many people got hurt on that accident, including the Jolly Green.
Okay.
That ride was not safe, and then Kings Island was forced to eventually tear that ride down.
Yep.
So steel roller coasters, in my opinion, if you like riding roller coasters, steel roller coasters is the way to go. Wooden roller coasters will beat the living heck out of you.
I rode
Plain and simple.
I rode the Son of Beast one time. And it was like probably the one time in my life when I was actually on a ride thinking I was going to die. We weren't even halfway through yet. And I was like, I got to get off of here. I've got to get off. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, jump off a roller coaster, jump into, run at 70 mile an hour? Yeah. Never, ever to get back on that thing. And technically, over the years that it was in existence, we went to Kings Island. They had season passes for a number of years when I was younger. And it was shut down about as often, and it was actually operating. Constantly having to shut it down. It was an unsafe ride. He was correct. Hello to Hired Gun. Morning, everybody. Cloudy, 51 in Kingston, Georgia. Lucky number 13 coming in the door. Painted side stays on top. All right. Good morning, Hired Gun. Good to have you with us. Hello to David on board 52 and clear in New Jersey at this hour. Let's see. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning. Good Thursday morning, Steve, and all the listeners. I actually lived in Los Angeles back in the 60s for about 5 years. And I only saw what they call the LA River look like a tiny creek one time when we got some rain. Yeah, that LA River looked like a raging river with the rains they picked up earlier this week. Yes, indeed. Steve says it is 64 degrees, windy as you know what. Can't say that. In DeKalb, Illinois. Be careful out there in those winds. Garbage throwing daddy checking in. Morning, everybody. Have a good day out there. Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house tonight. 3-time champion meat hauler. There you go. Shout out to Malibu Lauren. And Merry Christmas, everybody. Brad in Columbus here, just checking in. Quick time out and we return. Back to your calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, as Cool Breeze mentioned, in Minnesota, National Weather Service office in the Twin Cities said there was a confirmed tornado in Plainview. First tornado ever reported in that state during the month of December. Now, before this past day, there actually had never been a tornado touchdown in Minnesota. During the winter months, December, January, or February, by 9:20 Eastern Time this past evening, there were 19 reports of tornadoes and possible tornadoes in Iowa and Nebraska, according to the Storm Prediction Center. About 300 severe wind reports from across the Central Plains into the Midwest. Winds gusting up to 107 miles per hour in Lamar, Colorado. Yes, you will find toppled semi-trucks, roofs ripped off, toppled trees, according to the mayor. Meyer said it's been an interesting day here in Lamar, a record-breaking day for wind. We have widespread damage. He said that all emergency management workers are operational, working hard to keep the community safe. We've got tree damage, electrical lines down, as well as the internet down. Working hard to keep everybody safe. Crews have been out all day trying to clean up damage caused by the winds, as well as repair lines, and they'll continue through the afternoon into the evening. We will have a lot of damage to repair when the winds die down, he said. Public information officer with the Colorado Springs Fire Department said that sustained winds and gusts had caused significant damage in the Colorado Springs area. Our own fire department roof was partially blown off. Now, just on my drive into the city, I saw about a dozen semis toppled. Calls into the fire department have nearly quadrupled in the last 3 hours, he said. We're dealing with gas leaks, grass fires from power lines being down, smoldering trees. There was a gas leak at the Chapel Hills Mall, causing authorities to have to evacuate the mall. Several locations, including the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, reporting wind gusts of 100 miles per hour or greater. At Fort Carson, wind caused minor damage to one gate, forcing the Army base to close that gate. Public Affairs Office says that this time they're still assessing the damage, but it appears to be minor. No injuries reported, no impact on traffic operations, according to the base there. About airline flights, according to FlightAware, 541 flights into and out of Denver, delayed, 146 canceled. We're talking hurricane-force winds in these cases that had already been recorded in at least 7 states as of 4 o'clock this past afternoon. I-70 was closed for hours in both directions from the Colorado state line to Russell, Kansas, with sand and dust creating near zero visibility, according to the Kansas DOT. Weather was so bad at Kansas City International Airport that air traffic controllers were briefly evacuated from their workspace due to wind and the fact that it's like a glass box sitting 256 feet up in the air. Kind of dangerous, right? In New Mexico, the Taos County Commissioner said at least 10 homes were damaged by high winds. County-wide damage to homes and a government building being reported there. Winds up to 80 miles per hour. Uprooted trees that fell on structures, damaging roofs. A large tree in the upper Red River Canyon smashed into a home, splitting the home nearly in half. Like I said, it's just been a wild, crazy day, thanks to Mother Nature. My. All right, let's get to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's happening this morning?
Well, Merry Christmas, Steve.
Well, right back at you.
Man, I'm going to tell you something. It's been a day from hell again. Friday night it was the tornadoes, and today it was the wildfires.
Wildfires. Okay. I saw you posted. So where were you where there was a big fire burn and they were evacuating schools and homes?
Iowa Park, Texas.
Okay.
That was a big fire. I was coming out of Wichita Falls, coming up here to the place where I got the load, and seen a big old cloud of smoke, and I said, well, I know what that is, because they had wildfires up here over the weekend when everybody else had tornadoes, and it gutted the little town of Electra, Texas, up here on 287, and I had to look back in the mirror, and it looked like the whole fire brigade was behind me, so I pulled over on the shoulder, let them go by. There was about 10 or 12 fire trucks going up there to try to put a stop to this thing, and I pulled in here, and people were running, and parking lot evacuating and everything, and I walked in, I said, what's going on? They said, well, that's those people trying to get home to save the houses, and they starting to evacuate the schools, and said I wouldn't get too comfortable because we fitting to leave here in just a minute. Said the fire chief come by here a while ago and told us to get ready to evacuate. It
Really?
said this thing turned a little bit. We're in trouble. So the picture I took 4 or 5 pictures of it, and all you could see was smoke. But I mean, Steve, you could see the flames off this thing for like a mile and a half. And they closed 287 down, and it skipped 287 and went right on across there. I mean, it did go in. So I don't know if they ever got control of it or not. I mean, we're looking at 60, 65, 70 mile an hour winds on this thing. And so I went back in the office in there, and I said, well, we going to have to leave or what? She said, no, it kind of turned back to the left a little bit, said, we're going to be all right. And said, but I wouldn't get too comfortable, so I said, well, I better go out here and drop my trailer, so if I had to leave, I can run in a hurry. So I dropped the trailer and just sitting here waiting it out. But we got unscathed, but that was too close for comfort. That was a half a mile from us when all this thing finally settled down and everything. It got real dicey there for a little bit. But
wow.
Debbie told me, she called me and said, hey, says, have you ever got the feeling somebody trying to tell you something? I said, what do you mean? She says, like, maybe you should have stayed home this week, like you started to do. I said, well, yeah, I reckon. And she said, well, when you coming home? I said, well, I don't know. I got to get loaded first. They got a skeleton crew, and they're telling me it's going to be after midnight. And I said, nothing I can really do about that. So, anyway,
It's
we're going to
been,
get loaded
like you said, truck driving is an adventure, right? That's what you said this past day. It's an adventure every day.
That's the truth, Steve. It ain't a damn job. It's a damn adventure, buddy. You never know what you're going to get into anymore. But did you happen to listen to any of that idiot that calls himself the president of the United States of America, his speech today?
I did not know. Sadly, I probably slept through it. What do you have interesting to say today?
Well, I mean, I got to give him a little bit of credit. He showed a little bit of compassion. I reckon he didn't have diarrhea today, and he was able to talk. But he had people up there with him, the people that was involved in it, families, and was calling them out and everything. More of a photo op than it was anything. But right at the end of it, I said, here we go. We got to blame this on climate change. Climate change has caused all of this.
Yeah.
And blah, 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 blah. I said, I can't believe you got up there, you idiot. These people just lost everything they own, and you going to start preaching climate change. What a jackass. I mean, I just couldn't believe that he pulled that crap. And I mean, they done shot his global warming deal down. And Steve, even if we did, if this United States went green, we don't have the power source to power it. That's the damn problem right there. There was an expert talking today, said right now probably 2% of America is going to electric cars and everything. It said it put a strain on our electrical grid like you ain't believing. Now, can you imagine if it went to 50% or maybe 40%? And what we would be up against then? You think we got rolling blackout now in certain states? Wait till this thing really hits. So anyway, I just kind of scratched my head and moved on. But I got a chuckle out of your notice from the TA Petro today.
How about that?
The people taking the baths.
Yeah, is that? I mean, is it these people washing their feet in the sink? Is that what that's about?
You know, Steve, we had this conversation a couple of years ago, and I'm glad that they have finally took the initiative to do something about it. Because, I mean, it ain't nothing to go in the morning. They got them old feet up in there, and they trying to get up in the sinks and take a bath and everything. And it last week, over there in Amarillo, Texas, it was early in the morning, there was a bunch of us sitting there, and this big old fella come in, I mean big, and he said, if y'all ain't got the money for a doggone shower, didn't you fuel out there? So that's what they make showers for. Get your ass out of here. Everybody turned around, kind of looked at him, you know, like he was, who he was, but I don't think none of them wanted to tangle with him, so they grabbed his stuff and left. But I mean, you go there to, you know, can you imagine what the motoring, you know, now that they cut these truck stops down and everybody going in there, what the motoring public thinks when they walk in there with little Johnny or little Susie and these jackasses in there half naked, washing their feet and their body and shaving and spitting and brushing their teeth and everything. It is one of the ugliest sights you ever have to witness. And there was some idiot on there that they commented on it. She said, well, we've never seen this. I said, you better open your damn eyes, because you don't drive a truck, or you see it it's every morning, every afternoon they end up pulling this stuff. And I mean, hey, they're in America. If they want to live in America, live by our standards, or go to hell back home. That's the way I look at it. Is that the way you see it?
That's the way I see it, Monkey Gouger. You call it. Tell it like it is, right?
That's right. I mean, they don't need to sugarcoat it, because it's the truth, and it's something we all been fussing about. But I can't thank the TA Petro enough for finally taking initiative to do something about it. And I mean, you figure you get a bunch of them people in there, and they leaning on the sinks and everything, and we see it. I mean, we see the broken sinks, the sinks pulled away from the wall from trying to stand up in there and take a bath or whatever they're gonna try and do. I mean, we see it every day. But anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. I just wanted to holler at you, tell you, we lived again. We missed it again. So thank the good
right.
Lord.
Well, you know, right.
And,
just thank the good Lord, because you've been out there on a crazy week, and a little bit late for our news break. But real quick, like the sign he's talking about, someone shared this, and I shared it this past day as well. From the, I can't remember which Travel Centers of America location this was, but it says, dear valued customers, in an effort to prevent further damage and or closures of our restrooms, customers are not, underscored, all capital letters, permitted to fully or partially bathe using the restroom sink. We have several shower rooms available up stores. We politely ask that customers use the shower rooms for bathing care. We appreciate your cooperation and understanding. It got a number of comments, but we'll be back with more after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Republican politicians claim critical race theory in schools is teaching kids that American is inherently racist and people get certain advantages based on the color of their skin. And Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis explains how the state's new Stop Woke Act will address critical race theory in Florida schools.
It will put into statute the Department of Education's prohibition on CRT in K through 12 schools. No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Russian President Vladimir Putin confirms that he'll be at the upcoming Winter Olympic Games in China, even as other nations are staging a diplomatic boycott. The Olympics are taking place in Beijing, but China's human rights record is leading many countries to say they won't send top officials to the Games. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate is preparing to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act to fund the military before they head home for the holiday break. But Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville criticizes Democrats for wanting to spend more on moving the USA to a greener economy than the military on Fox Business.
When you're spending billions of dollars on climate change, you're spending billions of dollars on EV cars and plug-ins and billions of dollars on more IRS agents. Maria, we don't have the money. We have overspent. We continue to overspend. They just jumped the debt limit up $2.5 trillion. I promise you, it's not going to go to the military.
The budget for the 2022 fiscal year includes a 5% increase for the Pentagon with an additional $10 billion increase in non-NDAA defense spending. A very confident President Biden is speaking about the 2022 midterm elections.
President Joe Biden spoke at the Democratic National Committee holiday party on Tuesday night and expressed optimism that his party will prevail in next year's midterm elections. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also spoke at the event and called Biden, quote, the perfect president. Many political analysts expect Republicans to roll up victories in House elections next November. In the USA Radio Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back as we roll into a Thursday. Good to have you on board here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. For our friends in the Northeast, yeah, much of the Northeast has been above normal for most of December here. That's going to continue for a couple more days, but the clock is ticking when it comes to the milder weather. But before any cool down arrives in the Northeast, the warmest day this week will probably be today, Thursday. Kind of continuing the theme we've seen much of the month. Yeah, only 3 times in the first 14 days of December have temperatures been below normal, from New York City to Philadelphia and Baltimore. Yeah, today, December the 16th, will be quite the opposite of what you had 1 year ago today. 1 year ago today, a storm brought Binghamton, New York, over 40 inches of snow on December 16th into the 17th. Well, this Thursday, today, forecast calls for a record high temperature for this date. They're forecasting a high of 56 degrees in Binghamton today. That would break the record of 54 degrees set in 1971. Typically today you'd be about 34 degrees for a normal high, just barely above freezing. Now, potential records not just limited to Binghamton. In fact, cities from northern New England to the I-95 corridor could all be in line for records today. Philadelphia is expected to approach 68 degrees. New York City forecast to tie the daily record for the date as well. Both cities' daily records go back to 1971. Further north, Burlington, Vermont is projected to top out at 54 degrees. That was the record from 1982. Now, the warmth begins to dissipate as that cold front moves through the Northeast later on Thursday night. Although it brings an end to the record-challenging warmth, temperatures are still going to be a bit more milder, higher than normal for mid-December. It looks like by Saturday that low pressure develops along that front. As it moves east-northeast along the front, we'll see a steady rain developing in much of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. However, an area of high pressure in Quebec will work to funnel some of that colder air into New England. That could lead to the potential for some snow in southern Ontario, upstate New York, as well as New England. I hate to hear that forecast. Saturday's the wedding day that we'll be attending for my nephew, and I know rain is in the forecast. Now, although there does not appear to be any true Arctic air in the offing for the Northeast leading up to Christmas, it will eventually feel more like December, temperatures generally within a few degrees of normal. Now, there's a possibility that a storm track along the northern tier of the country will indeed tap into enough cold air to produce some snow next week, increasing the odds for a white Christmas from the Great Lakes to part of the Northeast. All right, so there you go. Travelers weather. Meanwhile, back to the phones and, hey, good morning, Rambler. How we doing?
Well, praise God, my boy. Glad to hear from you, Steve. And hello, everyone of the Overnight Drive Nation. And just to clear up any rumors, I'm not mad at anybody. And no one has rubbed me the wrong way. I'm sorry, everyone. I haven't called in a while. Just my world's been kind of turned upside down. You know, Steve, I went on vacation during Thanksgiving. Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, smoked turkey, oven roasted turkey. Everything was just great. I probably gained about 30 pounds, eating everything. And then when I come back, my boss called me. He said, Rambler, we're kind of short-handed. Springfield made a decision to hire a couple of common carriers. So thanks, Landstar, for coming in here taking me around. One of the we had to put them on some decent routes, and we put them on your route, Hattiesburg. So I just been kind of bouncing around, and we hired a couple of drivers. I've had to train them, and really hadn't had time to call in or talk or anything like that. You know, and they put me on this one route, and I swear, you know, I never knew that my great state of Alabama, Roll Tide, we're going to beat Cincy when we play you. Anyway, you know, but anyway, never knew that there were so many crooked roads and pig trails, and I tell you what, So they got me on this route until after the first year, and got me going up here to Montgomery, and then meeting a driver from Atlanta. So we're doing good here. And I must be doing something right, Steve. I left the boss's office yesterday, and they gave me a $5.25 raise. I about fell out of the chair when I saw what kind of raise I got. And then, you know, of course, you know, joy turned to heartache. And I'm like, yeah, this is probably a cost of living increase. It just tells me that the cost of living is just a double. Probably why my company did this. But you know, I'll enjoy it for a little while and just be happy with it. You know. Well, I tell you what, cool breeze. Now, he used to call in your dad's show years ago.
Yeah.
Seemed like always, how many days before Christmas, and pow, he hit him with the dynamite.
Yep.
But, you know, Steve, he was talking about throwing chickens in with them alligators, and I got to thinking to myself, I said, now, why would anyone do that to a bunch of Swift drivers? I shouldn't have said that. Swift drivers, don't call up Steve. Don't call up Steve and get mad at old brother Rambler. You know, I love you. I love everybody. But it's just been kind of turned upside down. But we have been having some great services over at Determined Ministries Church. And if you're interested in us, go check us out on Facebook, Determined Ministries Church. We go live every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. May have a little problem with the internet here and there, but just hang with us. We're all right. And having some great services. We always introduce and welcome in, you know, our friends from the Overdrive Night Nation, like Cat Mom, she listens, and Buckwheat, his son, listen, and, you know, so we're just happy to be still doing that. Did you get the email I sent to you a couple of weeks ago? That young lady found me on Facebook.
I did.
I showed me a picture of her.
I shared that with the audience, and the story about your father, how she remembered the 3 questions that he asked her. Yes. And, you know, she's just one, Steve, of many that have, you know, that have gave her heart to Christ. And she contacted me, and my father stayed on her tail about getting married. Her boyfriend finally proposed to her, and they're getting married, I think, the 26th of December. So I'm happy about that. I'm happy that the impact he made, that Dirty Diapers made in her life and so many other lives that were out there. And, you know, he left her a $100 tip. Sure did. She never forgot it. That's right.
And you know, and she had to work. She managed to answer all 3 questions. Those 3 questions are, name me 3 things that God cannot do. Name 3 things that God cannot do. And that should get you thinking tonight about what God cannot do. Because I know we serve a Lord, see, that specializes in the impossible. That's Dirty Diapers used to say, tell me 3 things he can't do. So there is 3 things that God cannot do. But you have to study, you got to find them, answer them. And if you figure it out, go to a waitress that's, do what my father did. We're going to be having a church meeting this Saturday over at Cracker Barrel in Mobile. And that's what we're going to do too. Whatever waitress waits on our table, they're going to ask that same question, that same opportunity for a great tip from us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know, brother, I'm not upset with anybody, and sorry I hadn't been calling. I really hadn't even been listening that much, but I'm not training no one, and I'm back on schedule, and just want to say this before I hang up with you, Steve, and I want to say this to everybody who's listening. Excuse me, turn this system off here. Love God's children, it's just not a four-letter word. You know, it's something you have to do, and it's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, then old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. This Christmas season, there's a lot of lonely people out there, a lot of truck drivers who ain't got no family, a lot of people out there who ain't got no family or they lost someone. And this, you know, Steve, this is a very depressing time of year for a lot of people. But I want you to know this, and I mean every last word that I say. I want to tell you, in case you have not heard it, you're going to hear it from me. If no one's told you lately that they love you, you're going to hear it from Brother Rambler, that I love you more than anybody could ever love you, except for Jesus Christ. He loves you more than me. Steve, thank you. And before I leave, congratulations to my friend, Jason Kickstand Epps. He got Driver of the Year for his company, Greenbush Logistics, and I'm very proud of him. He got voted for that, and got a little $500 check, too, to go along with it. So very proud of Jason Epps for Greenbush Logistics, Driver of the Year. I mean, couldn't have happened to a better guy. Steve, I love you, my brother. God bless you. Buckwheat, Cat Bomb, Fly Rod, Mr. Orndorff, you know who you are. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye, Steve. We'll
Have
see
a
you,
good
brother.
morning. Thank you much, Rambler. Great to hear from you. God bless, Rambler. There you go. 24 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, out there on the highways and byways, the wreaths across America, the convoys, carrying those wreaths to their various destinations, literally nationwide, has been ongoing. Looking at one of the videos out of Vermont from several days ago as the official convoy passed through the southeastern Vermont. On the way from Maine, of course, headed to Arlington National Cemetery as the state police were escorting the convoy, more than 60 vehicles, carrying Gold Star and Blue Star family members, some veterans, truck drivers, police, and others on that 750-mile week-long voyage. Of course, all culminating at Arlington National Cemetery, where the wreaths are placed on the graves of service members to remember those who have fallen and honor those who have served. How about the designation, a resolution to designate December the 18th, that'll be this Saturday, as Wreaths Across America Day was unanimously passed by the U.S. Senate a few days ago, introduced by the senators from Maine, Susan Collins and Angus King, to further honor the memory of the fallen troops. Of course, it started in Maine in 1992. Again, it has now expanded to locations in all 50 states around the country. Wreaths Across America is a powerful demonstration of respect and appreciation for our veterans, both those that we've lost and those that are still with us, was the joint statement. We're so proud that this heartfelt expression of gratitude originated in our great state and has become the enduring symbol of our nation's gratitude for veterans, valor, and sacrifice. This resolution remembers and honors Americans' veterans this holiday season, while also teaching younger generations of the sacrifices that have been made to ensure our freedoms and defend our liberty. All right, probably getting a little bit late to try to participate, but you go to the wreathsacrossamerica.org is their website. And probably still have time. Maybe you could sponsor a wreath. Thousands of people are expected, though, to attend this year's ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery, while volunteers will also place wreaths on veterans' graves at another 3,100 locations all over the country. So what started with Arlington, again, 3,100 other locations. It's quite the massive undertaking each year. But thanks to the many, many volunteers and the trucking community that every year steps up to the plate. And I've known so many drivers who have participated in that, who say, this is one of the great, it's one of the, I guess, like a heartwarming thing to participate, whether it's driving the truck or actually just volunteering to place wreaths there at Arlington National Cemetery or the other cemeteries around the country. All right, get back to your calls just ahead. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looking at some of the numbers here from the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center, which they just sent out here a little bit ago. They said December 15 of 2021 set the record for the highest number of hurricane-force wind gusts in a single day. A total of 55 such reports recorded. According to the Storm Prediction Center, the previous record was 53 on August the 10th of 2020. The record is impressive, especially given the fact that this occurred in the month of December. All right, so yeah, they've got the graph there, all the, I guess, reporting stations that recorded winds of 75 plus miles per hour, all in a single day. Power outages in Iowa. Iowa alone, still over 100,000 without power. Although the storms have moved away from the state, they're still dealing with strong winds in the wake of the storms, as much colder air is beginning to move in. Anyone without heat tonight, needing to find other ways, alternatives to stay warm. They remind you, if using a generator, make sure it's a safe distance away from the home to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Yeah, so the cold air streaming in the wake of those storms. But yeah, nothing like having no power, and then the cold air comes rushing in. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. One other tidbit I had just pulled up. This is pretty impressive. Going back to last Friday, the Kentucky Geological Survey shared some of the maps showing that the ground was literally shaking as those incredible tornadoes rumbled through parts of the state last Friday. The ground was shaking enough that it actually showed up on the seismographs. The earthquake registering, the ground shaking as those tornadoes moved through. It just kind of puts it into perspective how violent and how strong those tornadoes were. I'll share that on my Facebook from the Live Storm Chasers page. You take a look at the maps. All right, meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Would that be the Knuckle Buster?
Hello, good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. This is the unofficial Knuckle Buster impersonator of the Overnight Drive.
Oh, boy.
Yes, this is the man that aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Steve, I'd like to reach out to your listeners. I know that horse feathers brought this up a while back about the electric fire truck. You remember that story they were showing down there in Maryland? That electric-powered fire truck? It had a diesel backup, and supposedly the claim is not only it's $300,000 more than a regular diesel fire truck, but supposedly it only pumps 40% of the water of a normal fire truck. Now, I've missed something along the line, but that just don't sound very useful to me.
Not going to get the job done.
I mean, 40% less water, and you still got to have a diesel backup? Don't sound very good to me. Well, I was reading earlier, there's a Utah family out there in Salt Lake City that has transformed their house into a life-size gingerbread house. It is drawing the attention by passers-by as well as interested users after being decorated to resemble a life-size gingerbread house. Kenya Hoffman said that she realized a few years ago that her red brick home in the Yellowcrest area of Salt Lake City bears a
Looks exactly like a gingerbread house to me, and it is life-size. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I don't think I'd be wanting to eat on it. Another story I've seen once again. Craig had their annual swimsuit-clad Santas run through Budapest. That's right. It's, Budapest, Hungary. I correct you. Sorry. But more than 40 runners don Santa hat swimsuits to participate in Budapest annual Santa Claus jogging event. The annual event, also known as Naked Santa and the Santa Speedo Run, was canceled last year due to the pandemic. Well, I don't know about you, but Santa Clauses that I've seen, I'm not too interested in seeing them in a Speedo. I even play Santa once in a while myself. I'm not wearing no Speedo.
Nobody wants to see that. No.
Yeah, well, I'm going to sign off by saying, make sure you go get you some Hot Shot Secret. Oh, it really works good in my old pickup truck. Got that thing going real perfect. Make sure you make a donation to St. Jude. They have a wonderful charity. Helps kids with cancer. I mean, it's a wonderful hospital. And all the cancer treatments and all is for free for these poor, unfortunate children and their families. While you're at it, over to the Overnight Drive, get you some shirts, hats, coffee mugs, stickers, and such. Boy, I sure like it when the ladies wear them T-shirts got old Steve Sommers sticking out there all bow-nickeys. Well, that's all of my baloney for tonight, and I thank you for taking my call, Mr. Steve.
All right, Knucklebuster, the unofficial impersonator. That's about all we can take. Boy. Hey, coming up later today, matter of fact, 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time, the Federal Highway Administration is going to conduct a national coalition on trucking parking workshop. Again, 1 o'clock Eastern today. It's going to be a virtual meeting, which is open to the public, and will focus on the creation of the Truck Parking Development Handbook for local and regional offices. According to the Federal Highway Administration, things they plan to cover in this today is why the Federal Highway Administration is developing the handbook, how the handbook will help in making decisions toward addressing truck parking challenges at the local level, when the handbook will be available, user considerations, and participant feedback on practical designs. Going to have a whole workshop on literally just talking about developing a handbook? Okay. The meeting, which is free to attend, scheduled to last until 3:30 in the afternoon, so 1 to 3:30. Why don't you just put more effort into finding locations to implement some truck parking? You know, speaking of which, this past day with the whole big wind event that was ongoing in the state of Iowa in particular, transportation officials had announced they were not going to be running the way stations due to the threat of the damaging winds. They were actually trying to get the word out for drivers that if you need a place to park, if you feel like it's time to get off the road because you don't feel safe in the winds, use the available parking at the way stations because we're not going to be running. Statement says, with the anticipated wind event, we wanted to make sure our commercial drivers are safe. Just a reminder that there is truck parking available at our scale locations. We will not be working the scales to allow for more parking and also allow our officers to be on the road where they may be needed for emergency situations. Now, they also had some travel restrictions for oversized, overweight, permitted vehicles with the wind event this past day. Matter of fact, the cameras were actually rolling. There's a number of videos that I've seen on social media showing tractor trailers being blown over in the winds. One such event was caught on a dash cam on I-25 in Wyoming, just south of Cheyenne. High winds causing a rash of truck blowovers in multiple states this past day. High winds even blew a manufactured home off a trailer in Pennington County, South Dakota yesterday. All right, back to the calls here, and let's check in with the Eagle. What's happening this morning, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
What's happening? What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah. Before I get to the coronavirus situation, Steve, I got some late breaking news on somebody from your state, the state of Ohio. And I knew it wasn't going to work out. And I think that he probably missed out on some good opportunities to go back to college. Urban Meyer has been fired. It was tonight. It happened about 30 or 40 minutes ago. Jacksonville Jaguars terminated Urban Meyer from employment.
Really?
I think, he got terminated. He had too many problems with the players. Urban Meyer, like I said, Steve, Urban Meyer is a good coach, but there's a way that you have to coach college people and NFL people. You can't talk and downgrade people, NFL players like you can a college kid. And that's what Urban Meyer didn't do. And he's still a good coach. He probably can go to a college and continue doing good, but he's not. But NFL, it didn't work out, and I knew it wasn't going to work out. That's the reason why I think he should have quit last week before he got fired and took the Notre Dame job. He said that was his dream job. He should have took the Notre Dame job, or either he should have took the USC job. There were several people that were looking for Urban Meyer, and like my father always told me, you quit the job before you get fired. You don't let somebody have the glory of firing you from the job. So Urban Meyer, he made a bad mistake. He should have quit while he had a chance to, and got him another job. Now he's out of a job, and all the jobs in college have already been taken, the good jobs. So he'll probably have to wait until next year if he wants to get back into coaching. It looks like, but he's no longer going to be coaching Jacksonville. Now, let me get on with this other situation with the coronavirus. Like I told you last night, Steve, and I'm okay. And a couple of months ago, I offended some people when I said what I'm gonna say again tonight, and I really don't care. But before I get to that part of the deal, I'm gonna say, like I told you last night, Steve, if the vaccine was actually working and stopping people from catching the virus, I would be the first person in line tomorrow morning to get the vaccine. But since that's not the case, because I've got evidence, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out the vaccine is not working, it's not stopping people from catching the virus. So so why do they continue to try to mandate this for jobs and other things for something that is not working? So it's a joke as far as I'm concerned. And they're trying to scare people with this new variant of the virus, and it's already been shown, Steve, that this new variant has the death rate. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's very, very low. Yeah, they claim it spreads real easy, and I don't even believe that. But it's nothing to worry about. Let me just put it to you that way. Now, getting back to the case where I said a couple of months ago, Steve, and I got facts to back up what I say. That's why I don't waste my time arguing with people. The world, and it's not just the United States, people are being used as guinea pigs, Steve, as for this vaccine. Dr. Fauci doesn't know what this vaccine is going to do to your body 4 or 5 years from now. Joe Biden doesn't know what it's going to do to you I don't know what it's going to do to you 4 or 5 years from now. But yet they're telling you to take something that has no tests that have been performed on this vaccine to show what this thing is going to potentially do to your body. And if you get offended by that, then that's just on you. But it's a fact. Normally, when you know this, Steve, you give out the statistics. Normally, there are years that go into laboratory testing of vaccines before they're put out to the public. There was no testing done on this vaccine. You're the test. They're testing this thing out on you. And don't get mad at me for telling you the truth. You need to get mad at Dr. Fauci and Joe Biden. Those are the ones that are testing it out on you, not me. So you can call in tonight and say you don't agree with what I'm saying all you want. But the fact is, I have nothing to do with the vaccine. Dr. Fauci does. Now, here's what I'm trying to tell people, Steve, about this deal. Like I told you last night, the game that they're trying to play. First, they tried to play the game. You got to get the vaccine, and we'll shut down this deal. They even tried to make people like me and you feel guilty, saying that we were the reason why the virus was spread because we wasn't vaccinated. They tried to play that game to try to make people, that unvaccinated people, feel guilty that you were spreading it, which that turned out to be a lie too. Next game they tried to play was, you say you get the vaccine and then we could shut it down. And then a couple of weeks later, we found when the new Delta virus came out, we found out that was a lie. Then they started saying, well, if you get the vaccine, it'll keep you from having serious complications. You won't end up in a hospital, or you might not even end up dead. Okay, that was the next game. So that game didn't work either, Steve. So now here's the new game, like I told you last night. Now they're telling you to get booster shots. Fauci was on TV once again today encouraging people to go to their local doctor or whoever and get a booster shot. So the fact is, Steve, you can get 10 booster shots. You can get 20 booster shots. And the fact is, you still can test positive for the variant of the virus because, first of all, there is no cure at this point for the coronavirus. Simple as that. And I don't care what Fauci says or any other doctor says. If there was a cure for it, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, Steve. The virus would be gone right now. If these vaccines that they're injecting people with, if they were actually working, yes, I guess the virus would disappear. But apparently it's not doing that. So like I told people, Steve, you can jump in line all you want, get all the booster shots you want. You can get your 20 booster shots. And then when you test positive next week, you'll be wondering why you wasted your time going and doing it. So it's a game that they're trying to play. See, somebody's making a lot of money off of this situation, Steve. And now they even came out with I don't know if you heard the latest news. Now they're coming out with another deal saying that there's going to be a variant coming down the line in the very near future where there's not going to be nothing that can stop it. Now that's the new game they're playing now. They're really trying to scare people, saying that there's a variant coming out in the next couple of months. Now how do these people know this, that there's another variant coming down the line? What'd you say?
Because it just continues to mutate. They know it's going to continue to mutate. I got to get a quick time out there, Eagle. But yeah, you mentioned that. A couple of examples that kind of clarify or verify what he's saying. How about the NFL, for example? The National Football League recording 94 positive COVID tests from players between Monday and Wednesday this week. That number could change as more results come in. They're vaccinated. This news as leagues across the country scramble to control outbreaks and the threat of widespread disruptions loom. Now, the NFL faced numerous delays last season due to the pandemic. To date, it's been relatively calm this time around, with postseason just a few weeks away. The NFL, not the only league impacted this week. The National Hockey League is bracing for more headaches as 4 different teams confirming that they have players and staff that are in the COVID-19 protocols. 94 NFL players, though, in just, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week. How's that happen? And with that, quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, aside from the NFL, had the report from the other side of the pond, the UK, for example. It wasn't supposed to be working like this. Yeah, get the shot. The only way to end this pandemic is get the shot. The UK reported a record number of new daily cases this past day. A record number. Since it all started, 78,610 new cases in the last 24 hours. That was an increase from 59,610 the day before. The previous record was almost a year ago, January, when they had 68,000. They had 10,000 more cases than at the peak of the pandemic. And we're talking another country where a goodly number have had the shots. So what gives? Now, they say this kind of underlines this dramatic surge just ahead of the holiday period. Omicron is expected to quickly become the dominant strain. One British health chief says there could be staggering numbers in the next few days. Long lines developing outside the vaccination centers in many cities and towns, with the government now saying you got to get the booster, The booster program is in overdrive to try to get a third vaccine shot in as many people as possible. All right, and Eagle, you ask about how many have died from the Omicron variant. Earlier this week, the World Health Organization said that number was 0. There's been 0 in the United States to date. The UK apparently did say a couple of years ago that one patient infected with Omicron had died in the UK there. So the first publicly confirmed death globally. First death on the entire planet from Omicron. Yeah, that to me says, yes, it's not that bad, right? And with that, we're going to get caught up here. We'll get back to your calls. First, we got to get our news update. Rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Republican politicians claim critical race theory in schools is teaching kids that American is inherently racist and people get certain advantages based on the color of their skin. And Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis explains how the state's new Stop Woke Act will address critical race theory in Florida schools.
It will put into statute the Department of Education's prohibition on CRT in K through 12 schools. No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Russian President Vladimir Putin confirms that he'll be at the upcoming Winter Olympic Games in China, even as other nations are staging a diplomatic boycott. The Olympics are taking place in Beijing, but China's human rights record is leading many countries to say they won't send top officials to the Games. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate is preparing to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act to fund the military before they head home for the holiday break. But Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville criticizes Democrats for wanting to spend more on moving the USA to a greener economy than the military on Fox Business.
When you're spending billions of dollars on climate change, you're spending billions of dollars on EV cars and plug-ins and billions of dollars on more IRS agents. Maria, we don't have the money. We have overspent. We continue to overspend. They just jumped the debt limit up $2.5 trillion. I promise you, it's not going to go to the military.
The budget for the 2022 fiscal year includes a 5% increase for the Pentagon with an additional $10 billion increase in non-NDAA defense spending. A very confident President Biden is speaking about the 2022 midterm elections.
President Joe Biden spoke at the Democratic National Committee holiday party on Tuesday night and expressed optimism that his party will prevail in next year's midterm elections. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also spoke at the event and called Biden, quote, the perfect president. Many political analysts expect Republicans to roll up victories in House elections next November. In the USA Radio Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Good to have you rolling with us into a Thursday. Yeah, look at there. You'll realize this is the final shopping weekend. Hello, procrastinators. One more shopping weekend. Because Christmas is the following Saturday. You know, those shipping deadlines are rapidly approaching. I think, some of these deadlines are coming up in the next few days for standard USPS and whatnot. In short order, you're going to have to be paying for the 2-day, 3-day kind of stuff if you're going to get it there on time. How about this from the Western Journal? My, I've been seeing some of the headlines. Old pencil neck, Adam Schiff. Wow. Yeah, I share the report from Elizabeth Stauffer. She says, "It is amazing to me that California Democrat Representative Adam Schiff is not in jail. This is the guy that played fast and loose during the whole Trump-Russia collusion delusion investigation. That put him on the map. And next, in the House impeachment inquiry of former President Trump, apparently there is no line that this unethical truth challenge repellent snake will not cross in the name of politics." Sean Davis with The Federalist reporting this past day that Adam Schiff was up to his old tricks at Monday night's hearing of the January 6th committee, the whole investigation thing. Now, according to Davis, Schiff claimed to have proof that Ohio Representative Jim Jordan, the Republican, had texted the then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to, quote, instruct former Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Davis claims that Schiff misrepresented the substance of the text message and its source. Schiff even doctored the original text messages, which were obtained and reviewed by the Federalist in their entirety. Now they show that they have the graphs, the video, where Schiff says, "I want to display just a few of the messages he received from people in Congress. The committee is not naming these lawmakers at this time as our investigation is ongoing. If we could cue the first graphic." All right, they show what appears. He continues, "This one reads, on January 6, 2021, Vice President Mike Pence, as President of the Senate, should call out all electoral votes that he believes are unconstitutional as no electoral votes at all. You can see why this is so critical to ask Mr. Meadows about a lawmaker suggesting that the former vice president simply throw out votes that he unilaterally deems unconstitutional in order to overturn a presidential election and subvert the will of the people." Well, Davis explains that in addition to lying about substance and the source of the text, Schiff even doctored the message and the graphic that he displayed on the screen during his statement The full text message, which was forwarded to Meadows from Representative Jim Jordan on the evening of Monday, January the 5th, was significantly longer than what Schiff read and put on the screen. Schiff erased significant portions of the text and actually added punctuation where there was none to give the impression that Jordan himself was tersely directing Meadows to give orders to Pence on how to handle the electoral vote certification. Davis says the original text was written by Washington attorney and former Department of Defense Inspector General Joseph Schmitz and included an attachment of a 4-page draft Word document drafted by Schmitz and detailed his legal reasoning for suggesting that Pence had the constitutional authority to object to the certification of the electoral votes submitted by a handful of states. The piece that Schmitz had sent to Jordan was actually published on the website known as everylegal.vote the next day, and even included the same discussion draft heading and timestamp on the document that Schmidt sent to Jordan. He explains Schmidt sent this text to Jordan on the evening of January 5, including the Word document as an attachment. He then texted to Jordan a 3-paragraph summary of his Word document, which Schiff sliced and diced and then attributed to Jordan. They break it all down, how it was done, but, I mean, these snake-in-the-grass politics. Now, Davis says no one is surprised by this. Schiff made his name by telling every journalist who would listen that there was evidence that Trump colluded with the Russians to win the 2016 election in plain sight, which was never exposed. For months and months and months, Schiff was on all the mainstream media saying, we've seen the evidence, we have the evidence. They then go back to share some of the tweets where Schiff's signature handiwork during the House impeachment inquiry was ongoing. He makes up dialogue to represent what Trump said. You know, what the president actually said versus what Schiff's version of what the president said. Yeah, dramatically different. I mean, this guy's a sociopath. He's a pretty damn good liar, but yeah, we've been around the block a time or two, and yeah, this reptile, we know what he's capable of. Unfortunately, there's never any consequences for this evil man, at least now. And of course, while the Democrats control the government, at the very least, he's going to be watched like a hawk, and most of his chicanery will be immediately revealed. Yeah, good old Adam Schiff. He had disappeared from the scene after, yet noticed how he never was able to present any sort of proof of Russian collusion that he said that he had seen personally. It's in our hands. Nope, didn't exist. All right, real quick, Eagle, you mentioned that. I guess this was kind of breaking the past hour or so. As you mentioned, the Jacksonville Jaguars have fired Urban Meyer after only 13 games. After deliberation over many weeks and a thorough analysis of the entirety of Urban's tenure with our team, I am bitterly disappointed to arrive at this conclusion that an immediate change is imperative for everyone, was the statement from the owner, Shad Khan. I informed Urban of the change this evening. I stated in October that regaining our trust and respect was essential. Regrettably, it did not happen. In the spirit of closure and recharging our players, our staff, and our fan base, I will not comment further until some point following the conclusion of the season. But apparently there's been chicanery. It's been a mess. Everything's been dysfunctional from nearly the moment they hired Urban Meyer. Yeah, the fact he hired a strength and conditioning coordinator who had been accused of making racist remarks, bullying black players. There was the video of Meyer with a woman who was not his wife at the bar. Yeah, tension between Meyer and the staff as well as the players. Like they say, it was just dysfunctional from the day he was hired there. So, all right, back to the phones we go. There's the inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. I tell you what, it's been a crazy week, and I heard Monkey Gouger talking about his misfortunes, buddy. But that ain't a bad day. Now, buddy, let me tell you about having a bad day.
Oh, really?
It's probably one of the worst days of my life now. Hang on, this is about 1989, 1990. Yeah. But I was working in this little coal mine. Come home from work, most of the time I'd stop there. There's Hunsucker's Groceries right there. Right off US 23 there. And I'd stop in there, had a buddy work there. We'd have us a drink before I went home while he was at work. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
Well, you know, he's in there catting around there, drinking some old firewater, some moonshine, buddy. I'm not paying attention. We'd drink that moonshine and chase it with a little bit of Coke, you know. I wasn't paying attention. He was sitting there dipping skull, you know, buddy. I got about drunk enough, grabbed the wrong Coke bottle.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Got me a mouthful of Amber, and then you got a gut full of moonshine. Oh, my God. I had a little porch on the back of this little grocery store. I'm out there, buddy, and let me tell you, I'm just alleviating everything in my stomach. I'm laying on that porch, just letting it out, and I got to looking down, and there was a dog down there. That daggone dog, every time I'd let something out there,
you'd lapping it up.
It was just making me sicker, buddy.
Oh, and, yuck.
You know what? I left there, went home. Which house is on about half a mile away. I ain't going to profess no sins on your show. I walked, Steve. So, cut that out. But my first wife had left me, buddy. So, I mean, that's what you call a bad day right there, Monkey Gouger, buddy. Gear up. It's just an arm. It's just a wildfire. It's just a truck, buddy. You're going to be all right. You're going to get through it. But you know what, buddy? It's official. Tornadoes have killed more people than Omicron. So don't fear. They even got to me, Steve. I went to the daggone doctor the other day. I'd been sick. And I got a friend of mine that's a nurse. She kept on telling me, hey, you really need to go in there because you sound exactly like the people that I used to take care of that had COVID. I said, you know what? I'm feeling better. I'd been through the sickness about 2 weeks. I went in there. Doctor tested me. Got the results back today. No COVID. But he's telling me I've got walking pneumonia. So, and it's just like I told that girl on the phone. I said, dang on, I'm feeling better. well, we're going to send you in this prescription. I said, okay, I'll get it when I get it, but, don't let them get to you. I mean, there's still the flu out there. There's still all this other stuff.
Yeah, you can actually still get sick and not have COVID, huh? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, buddy, and I'm living proof. But I got good news, buddy. I called you, I guess, about a week ago. I was telling you, maybe it was earlier this week. Yeah. Down about $100,000, buddy, on the crypto.
Ooh.
I'm giving you an update, buddy. I'm only down 90,000 today. Hit a big one yesterday. Made 10 grand off of it. So, yeah. Got it all over there on the YouTube channel. And I know I hadn't been putting up a lot because I hadn't been feeling that good. And I know all the guys that are over there are from your wonderful, beautiful show, Steve. I'm just letting them know if they was interested in that I'm back over there. Got an update for them. Yeah, buddy, I tell you what, Christmas coming on. You know Christmas is close.
Yes.
When you go to Amazon looking for something. And daggone, they say, well, you ain't going to get it till January. So, yeah, you might as well not even try that route. I tried that route. And one of them kids tell me they was wanting something. You know how kids do, Steve. I don't want anything. I don't know what I want, And then all of a sudden, week before Christmas, I need this. Oh, my God. Gonna pull this now, But, oh, well, you know the way it goes, buddy. Are you waiting till the last minute, or have you and the princess got it all done?
We got a little bit left to do, but I think we're in pretty good shape.
Well, I don't like to risk it, buddy. I don't like being in them stores, near Christmas. You remember years ago it was Black Friday.
Yes.
And oh God, the fist fights. But I remember back in the 80s before they even, really got cranking on that Black Friday. Remember people brawling over Cabbage Patch Kids, Ataris, Nintendos. Yeah, I don't like risking it, buddy. I'm gonna go in them stores this time of year. I'm carrying a pistol. It's until what's gonna happen. Especially with smash and grabs and everything else in the world. Lord, bad deal.
Furbies. Remember when the Furbies would come in? The Furby, and then what was it? The Gigapets or the Digipet things a couple of years ago. Well, it's probably been 15, 20 years ago, but seems like yesterday. Oh, yes, and yes, I do very well remember the Cabbage Patch Kids. I was very young at the time, and I had the little sister, and my mom was hell-bent and determined to get her a Cabbage Patch doll. All right, 26 past the hour. I've heard in the news breaks a couple of times here, I guess we had another sort of an outage in the cloud this past day. The cloud computing service AWS, another significant outage, they described it as, that took down a large number of popular websites. And they say we now know the cause. It began about 7 a.m. this past morning with thousands of incident reports flagged on the tracking site, Down Detector. Now, it didn't last nearly as long, but multiple high-profile customer sites were affected. Users across the globe reporting issues. The outage is more or less over, and the culprit appears to be another mistake, they're saying, in the system that handles network loads. In any case, you can relive in the live blogs. All right, then they go back and we're tracking what's going on, where it's happening, who it was impacting. DoorDash, apparently, Twitch, Hulu was impacted, PlayStation Network, the Intuit QuickBooks, League of Legends, and all kinds of websites. Not surprising to me. All right, a couple minutes before we hit our news break here. Bottom of the hour, we'll get back to your calls, after which... All right, Minnesota State Patrol confirming at least one killed in a multiple vehicle crash near Pine Island this past morning. Highway 52 north of Rochester near Pine Island. According to the State Patrol, 3 commercial vehicles, 3 big trucks, and 3 passenger cars were involved in a crash that resulted in at least one fatality. Big mess. The highway closed for several hours. Another fatality incident, a 9-month-old dead after an SUV collided with a semi in Texas. This was a couple of days ago, Arlington. But police were not made aware that the youngster had died until Tuesday. According to the NBC Dallas-Fort Worth affiliate, an SUV that was carrying 7 people, including a 9-month-old boy, who was actually sitting on a passenger's lap, was traveling along U.S. Highway 287 when it suddenly veered into the path of an oncoming tractor-trailer. The big rig then struck the SUV, sent it skidding off the road where it rolled multiple times down an embankment, ejecting the youngster, injuring 5 others, although the others' injuries were considered non-life-threatening. I believe most of the others were strapped in. All were transported to a nearby hospital. Truck driver was not seriously injured, but... All right, we'll get a news break in here, then back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, There's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
My. Poor Sleepy Joe can't catch a break anywhere he goes these days. Wow. During the news break, President was in Kentucky this past day, visiting Mayfield, the destruction of the tornadoes left behind from the deadly, destructive tornadoes. He was greeted with onlookers shouting from afar, "Brandon! Let's go, Brandon!" The sound clip can actually be heard on the video feed from C-SPAN. "Let's go, Brandon" has become the rallying cry for conservatives outraged at the administration's policies, the mask and vaccine mandates, soaring inflation, the supply chain issues. Of course, the proxy for the more vulgar chant that's been raging across the country at packed sports stadiums where they're actually yelling, "F Joe Biden." All right. They go back to explain the origins of "Let's Go, Brandon." We all know that by now, but everywhere he goes, "Let's go, Brandon." What's going on this morning, Chevy guy?
Hey, listen, it's good. Nancy Pelosi said that Biden is the perfect president. Okay, now, listen, I get it. You can't say nothing good about anybody. Don't say anything at all, they say.
That's kind of what I was told, yeah.
Joe Biden? Okay, well, we'll do this. We'll work on this, It's great tonight. Great show. Joe Biden, okay, we know he crop dusted the royal family. I'm sorry, but I just so fed up. A lot of Americans have died to get them out of our country. It seems like, every time turn around what they say, and they're trying to, people trying to influence our country from them. It's just hard to put up with. Little Harry coming over here all upset about our freedom and our freedom of speech and gun laws and such. So Joe Biden does crop dust in the royal family. That's hey, way to go, boy. I got to admit, the only thing I could come up with Kamala Harris is probably the first vice president we ever had that really looked good in a bikini and had that golden, beautiful golden tan, Well, going down from there, we're going to skip over the lady we know, I guess you can't say anything good. You just don't say anything all third in line. So let's go on down to Adam Schiff. At least we know the grades he got in his creative writing class. He definitely is a creative writer.
He excelled dramatically, in other words.
Yes, sir. And I'm just sort of thinking, you know what? Go after Jim Jordan. He'll bring him down to size. You guys up there in Ohio did a good job having Jim Jordan up there. And other than that, I just want to say, just a personal experience years ago. I'm called in the office. See, I've already been sized for my gold ring and a diamond. That's driving from cities to transport. Well, I dropped a flatbed trailer. They just got them in. I dropped the flatbed trailer for out of nowhere. The doggone thing sunk and rolled over on the side. There's a drop line, been dropping there for, the whole time I've been with the company. And so it just happened. Well, here I'm standing there, the safety man, and he's on one of them chairs with wheels on it. And he's sitting out on the edge, and he's saying, I'm in a bad position here. He's pointing his finger at me. I'm in a bad position here, right here. And his brother's sitting in the desk in the back here. He said, "Here, I've got to submit this ring, the diamond, and everything, and I can't. I've already committed that, but you've got a trailer that rolled over." And he said, "Some people may say, yeah, you should have known better. Others say, well, you've been dropping it there forever, and it just happens, And while he was sitting there pointing his finger at me, on the edge of that wheeled chair, the chair kicked out from under him. He landed on his butt and on his back. He was having a hard time getting back up off the floor. And I'm standing there, and I'm laughing, and I can't stop laughing. His brother's in the back. And hollered at him. Yep. And he said, he called him by name. He said, "You're right. It happens." I just, these awards and this stuff, the ATA and all these awards they use, all they are just, useless carrots, that they try to get drivers to, hey, money is the best reward you can get. Or like a compliment I got when I went to work with my previous employer before he passed away, is, "Are there any more up there like you?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You go out in storms, you go to work every day. We don't even know anything about you. You put you on a job. The only time we hear from you is when we change up on something for you to go elsewhere, pull logs instead of pulling chips, something like that. And I said, well, I'm just an average West Virginian, and we all work like this. If you don't have a lot of jobs to go to, you take care of the job you're sitting in. And thank God, as when he passed away, the very first thing his brother did was turn around and give me a call, says, whatever you do, don't look for a job. I'll have you a truck in about 2 weeks. And he paid me, sent it to the house. So those are the rewards I cherish. I mean, you run over some people because you've done a job for them and you looked after their benefits. You just, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I'm glad to see Monkey Gougers out there. I'm wondering how he got along with his new elbow and how long it took him to, if you can get on there, I'd love to hear how long it took him to get that thing brought to him. But other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the stories and marvel at the reality of our political class right now. I mean, Biden is the perfect president.
Perfect president.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, because why do you think that is? Yeah, because he's a president that she and several others are able to totally control, right? He's the perfect puppet president. They love having that control. Hey, we did see this past day that National Weather Service surveyors have been out there several days now. Yeah, making determinations just how strong was that massive tornado that was on the ground for 200 and some odd miles. The Mayfield, Kentucky long-track tornado has officially been upgraded to a preliminary EF4. Winds in excess of 190 miles per hour. Now, the statement came out, a little before 5 o'clock this past afternoon, Eastern Time, from the National Weather Service office in Paducah, who's been doing the surveying. After several days of extensive surveying, the National Weather Service in Kentucky, Paducah, has determined the following in western Kentucky from Fulton County to Muhlenberg County. Long track tornado. There it is, rating EF4. Estimated peak winds 190 miles per hour. The path length 128 miles. Path width at maximum was 1 mile or more. Wide width 1 mile or more. Start date December 10. Just before 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 5.5 miles southwest of Casey, Kentucky, on the Kentucky-Tennessee line. Now, note, this tornado may extend back into northwestern Tennessee, but that's still being analyzed at this time. Ending finally at a little after midnight Eastern Time, about 7.5 miles northeast of Bremen, Kentucky. The next note is this tornado continued beyond the endpoint mentioned here into the National Weather Service Louisville office area. Massive impacts along most of the tornado track. Worst damage in the following locations. Casey, Mayfield, obviously, north of Benton, south of Princeton, Dawson Springs, Barnsley, Bremen, and possibly others. More details as they become available. EF4 tornado is the preliminary numbers from the National Weather Service there in Paducah, Kentucky. Folks have been wondering about that. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's jump up, check in with Philip this morning. What's happening, Philip?
I'm just sitting here driving along on here in Florida. EF4, huh?
Yes, sir.
The thing looked pretty good out there. I thought they would have probably had it up to a 5 with that deal in Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
That thing looked pretty wide. That's nothing to play with, man. That's a big storm, a mile across. That's taking some stuff and tearing it up. 190 mile an hour wind down here with a hurricane. If we had a 190 mile an hour wind, it'd level it out down here. I mean, usually we get them 3. If you got a 3 or a 4, you're getting up 170, 180 up in there with a hurricane. The big thing with the tornadoes is the prediction stuff. They just can't predict it fast enough to get people out of the way, because they pop up like they do. That's a lot. That's a lot of wind, bud. You were talking about the servers earlier, Steve, going down with that cloud. Was that what you said earlier?
Correct. Yeah, the Amazon services.
Okay, so you remember the one with Amazon not too long ago, and it knocked a bunch of companies down. The one that made all the trucks park and all that stuff.
Yes, that was just a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That one actually affected Disney a little bit. We had an issue for a couple hours there at the entry of the park with folks getting into the park with their tickets, and it took them a couple hours to get things straight and figure out what was going on, and it was a server deal, and it happens. I mean, server's what brings the information to you. If that server goes down, you're done. I mean, that's anything you got that's electronic.
That's the whole, because they use the
they're playing with.
People have the digital tickets where you have your tickets are downloaded on your smartphone and they scan them when they go through. Is that the kind of deal?
Yes, sir. And also look at it this way. Okay, so to get into the park now, since we started after COVID, you have to have a reservation to get in the park besides having your ticket. Just having the ticket doesn't guarantee you're going to get in the park. You have to have a reservation there now. So if it affects the reservation system, you can have tickets all day long. You're not going to get in the park until you make sure they got your reservation set. And that can jam up things a lot too. A lot of people don't know that about Disney and Universal and them. Before you come down here or before you go to any of these amusement stuff, make sure that find out the proper procedures as far as registration and all that, because just because you're going to pay the money for the ticket doesn't mean you're going to get in the park the day you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all heard. Did y'all hear about that, Steve? Reservation system?
I did see at the time that Disney was on the list. I wasn't exactly sure what the impacts were with Disney, though.
Yes, it's a big thing. Back in the day, you could just buy your ticket and go to the park. But with COVID, they wanted to watch the numbers a lot more, and they went into a system with reservations. So everything is pretty much reservation, from going to eat there to getting in the park. I mean, it's everything. And it's not just Disney. Universal does it. A lot of the attractions do it. So if you're coming down to Florida, anywhere down here, make sure that you got your reservations in place before you go anywhere. We got it all the time. Now, what they do is, if you want to come in and buy a day ticket, they hold a certain amount of reservations for day tickets, and they will tell you that you have to buy the ticket right then and there at the booth. You know what I mean, Steve? Mm-hmm. That's the way it's set up. You go to the ticket booth, and they'll ask you, "Are you going to come today?" Yes. And if they have the reservation set, they'll let you know. If they don't have any more reservations, they'll sell you a ticket for another day, but they'll tell you, no, you can't come in. So, yeah, we've been doing that since COVID. I mean, when we started doing the low capacity, reservations were really, really low, the amount of reservations. And then as it went along, it just got more and more. And then when they upped the capacity, the state finally let us up the capacity, and Orange County did. And we put more reservations into the queue. So there's a lot of people doing this genie thing. Did you hear about the genie thing at Disney, Steve?
No. What's the genie thing?
Okay, so we used to have a system called Fast Pass.
Okay.
And the Fast Pass would kind of get you, not saying ahead of the line, but the Fast Pass line usually went before the standard, your standby line. They took away the Fast Pass, and they have a Genie system now, to where you pay for that Fast Pass. It used to be the Fast Pass was free. You just had to get in there and get the Fast Passes, when you knew you were going to be there what day and set it. Now we have the Genie system where you pay. There's 3 tiers of it, and you basically pay to get into that Fast Pass line now. That's the way it works with us now. And there's different levels of it, and it goes about how much is in demand. So if you're at peak periods of the year, you're going to pay more for your Genie service, they call it. So it's take a long time to explain it here on the show, but if you're going to come down here and you're going to do that, which it puts you up there, but you don't get on the ride much more than that guy that's standing in line for a while. But if you want to pay for that, go right ahead. And they have preferred parking now too. And then also, Steve, did you hear that they're bringing back the trams that take you from the parking lot? Did you hear that?
No.
Since COVID, we haven't been running trams in the parking lot, and they'll be coming back within a week or two. They have been sitting those out because of all the COVID restrictions and whatnot, and the distancing. We couldn't run the trams, so luckily we're getting them back I think it's next week or two. We're supposed to get them out. I know they've been training here lately, but that's pretty much all I got today, bud. You have a good one, and thanks for having me on.
Hey, we rely on Philip to give us all the latest what's going on down there at the world of Disney, Mickey Mouse World. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, rolling toward news update. A few minutes away. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yes, Eagle, what else did you have for us this morning? Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to finish up here because I had you had to go to break while I was trying to finish up on the coronavirus deal. Yeah, like you said, Steve, you gave a list of the NFL teams, and I looked at that up while I was on hold. And like I said, there's roster after NFL roster with players that are missing. I even read something that the Cleveland Browns, Las Vegas Raider game might have to be canceled this week because they got so many players that are so-called tested positive for the virus. So like I said, the vaccine, Steve, I just want people to realize that, a lot of people, these people are saying that, you get this vaccine and that you're good to go and you don't have nothing to be worried about. And that's not true. They need to stop lying to people about this because, I've got facts to back up everything I say. All you got to do is look at the professional football teams and all these players are vaccinated. LeBron James, a couple of weeks ago, he tested positive. LeBron James has been vaccinated. So all these people out there saying to get vaccinated and you don't have nothing to worry about, you're thinking the wrong way. So, but here's what I was saying before you went to break with me, Steve. Now they trying to say that they got a new variant. They claim they got a new variant that might come up in the very near future that they're not going to be able to do anything about or do anything with. Now, that's something that you need to be concerned with. I mean, well, everybody needs to be concerned with because of the death rate. You just gave the statistics on this Omicron. You say only one individual has turned up dead as far as stats go. Now, I do believe in the very near future, 2022, we will see something come along down the line that's gonna be more deadlier than the Delta virus because, like you say, this thing keeps mutating, and like I said, there is no cure for it right now, as we know. So we'll just see what happens in the very near future. But the thing, like I told you, Steve, the thing that upsets me the most about it is when these people are mandating these vaccines. Why are you mandating something that doesn't work? That's the problem I have, and that's the problem that every other American should have, is that these people are trying to mandate something on you that is not stopping this virus. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. I'm glad you were able to get back through. All right. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right. What else we got coming up? Latest on the weather. Yes, conditions are beginning to improve out there. Winds are still howling in some areas, but the peak of the winds are beginning to abate, which that's good news. And we'll come back following a news break as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast, rolling into a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Republican politicians claim critical race theory in schools is teaching kids that American is inherently racist and people get certain advantages based on the color of their skin. And Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis explains how the state's new Stop Woke Act will address critical race theory in Florida schools.
It will put into statute the Department of Education's prohibition on CRT in K through 12 schools. No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Russian President Vladimir Putin confirms that he'll be at the upcoming Winter Olympic Games in China, even as other nations are staging a diplomatic boycott. The Olympics are taking place in Beijing, but China's human rights record is leading many countries to say they won't send top officials to the Games. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate is preparing to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act to fund the military before they head home for the holiday break. But Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville criticizes Democrats for wanting to spend more on moving the USA to a greener economy than the military on Fox Business.
When you're spending billions of dollars on climate change, you're spending billions of dollars on EV cars and plug-ins and billions of dollars on more IRS agents. Maria, we don't have the money. We have overspent. We continue to overspend. They just jumped the debt limit up $2.5 trillion. I promise you, it's not going to go to the military.
The budget for the 2022 fiscal year includes a 5% increase for the Pentagon, with an additional $10 billion increase in non-NDAA defense spending. A very confident President Biden is speaking about the 2022 midterm elections.
President Joe Biden spoke at the Democratic National Committee holiday party on Tuesday night and expressed optimism that his party will prevail in next year's midterm elections. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also spoke at the event and called Biden, quote, the perfect president. Many political analysts expect Republicans to roll up victories in House elections next November. In the USA Radio Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Rolling into a Thursday. Yep, weekend just around the corner. How about that? And great to have you with us as well. Hello to Marianne checking in from Southwest Ohio. There's our friend Rick there in Columbus. Saying hi to everybody. And let's go, Brandon. Yep. Norman checking in from North Central Kansas, where the wind was a-blowing yesterday. Yep. Wind was so strong you couldn't even stand up, he said. Plus, they had a tornado. Actually had to pull it over for a while and set it out. You know, Yeah, that was the question I was asking last evening. I wonder how many drivers did have the presence of mind to pull it over, versus those that ended up in the ditch. And there's a whole bunch of them that did end up on the side or in the ditch. Norman did say that the farm he delivered to actually lost some buildings in the winds. All right. Yeah, Rick Friend said in Columbus we had over, 10,000 reported COVID cases yesterday? Wow. I'll have to check on those numbers. I hadn't caught that. Supposedly, is that the Omicron that's just sweeping around? How about hospitalizations and whatnot? I guess is the big question. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Look at some of these headlines from around the globe. I shared with you earlier out of London. Now, we've had vaccines for a full year now, right? This was all supposed to have, the vaccine was going to fix it all. It's over. Highest ever daily COVID cases reported in the UK yesterday. It was like 70-some thousand. I did share with you last evening. I didn't give the full story, but the headline is, if you've had the Johnson & Johnson shot, you've pretty much got no protection from the Omicron. Johnson & Johnson shot loses all antibody protection against Omicron. Philadelphia warns against gatherings. Colleges going back to the drawing board again. Yeah, we shared the number of cases in the NFL. The NFL super spreader right now. Apple is opting to close some of their stores around the country. It's just, and on it goes. All right, meanwhile, I guess we pretty much all saw the handwriting on the wall with some of the discussions following the tornadoes and the candle factory, Mayfield Consumer Products, discussions about some of the employees wanting to go home and whatnot. Recall, I guess the first lawsuit has been filed. 3 employees are suing the candle factory, according to the Courier-Journal. We have identified 6 causes of action before, during, and after the tornado at the Mayfield Consumer Products plant. According to the attorney that's taken up the case, we will be filing formally very soon. The company has said 8 employees dead, 102 survived, amazingly. But the reports before the building collapsed, employees said that they weren't permitted to leave the factory, even as tornado sirens blared, and that managers told them they'd be fired if they left early. People had questioned if they could leave or go home. Another employee said after the first round of sirens, which was more like 5:30 in the afternoon, employees were not permitted to leave and instead congregated in the restroom. While the threats from that first tornado cleared, we were told to go back to work. So, yeah, we'll see where that goes. And that's probably just the first, I would assume, of maybe several lawsuits that may be forthcoming. And we'll wait and see. The investigation, OSHA looking into, did the Amazon facility, the Amazon warehouse, did they follow the protocols? Were things done correctly there? Where, what was it? Was it 6 that died there? All right, meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Well, it's almost Christmas. What about your cream cheese? Did you, I had not, first I heard of it, that apparently the latest thing that you can't find on the shelves in some places is cream cheese. Of course, you got your name brand Philadelphia cream cheese. Kraft is using the cream cheese shortage as a marketing opportunity. For just a few days this holiday season, a limited number of people will be able to spend $20 on dessert and charge it to Kraft. Of course, the owner of Philadelphia Cream Cheese. The premise is people who can't bake cheesecakes because they can't find cream cheese can get another baked good on Kraft's dime. Now, they explain, here's how it works. If you're interested in the offer, you can visit a special website set up by Kraft on December the 17th and 18th. That's Friday and Saturday of this week. And up to 18,000 will be able to nab the right to get reimbursement for a holiday treat. You'll have to be able to submit receipts to the company a few weeks later. For Kraft, the campaign is looking to soften the blow of empty cream cheese shelves and keep customers thinking about Philadelphia cream cheese without souring on the brand. But yes, apparently cream cheese is the latest hard-to-come-by grocery item in a year of shortages. There was a spike in demand, which has made it difficult to keep the shelves stocked, according to Kraft. Last year, with more people baking and eating at home, demand for cream cheese jumped about 18% compared to 2019, and it stayed at that level this year, according to Kraft. Meanwhile, restaurants are also ordering more of the product. Junior's Cheesecake, which sources their cream cheese from Philadelphia, said last week they're struggling to get enough supply of that key ingredient. Yeah, we've been forced to occasionally pause cheesecake production. New York City bagel shops reportedly struggling to get enough cream cheese as well. To keep up with the demand, Kraft is pumping funds into the Philadelphia brand. We've invested millions of dollars on Philadelphia cream cheese, adding that the funds are going to help increase production capacity. We've temporarily stopped making a very limited number of Philadelphia products so that we can actually increase production of the more popular items. So I have no idea what they're not making, because they've over the years they've come out with a, what do they call it, a whipped Philadelphia cream cheese, a much lighter, easier to spread versus the traditional, and they've got some flavored Philadelphia cream cheese in the tubs and whatnot. So, is there anything that is not being affected by these various shortages around the country? All right, is that Gilligan?
Yeah, Steve, good morning. Thanks for having me back.
What's going on?
I'm going to touch on bunch just driving up 81, eating greasy cups.
As usual.
Twin Spur Subaru. I want to touch on a couple of things. I know a lot of drivers have been calling about these light bars, these LED light bars on these trucks. I've got one behind me right now, and that sucker is glaring right in my mirror like crazy. I seen something the last two nights about the same place coming back up. I don't know whether anybody else has experienced this, but it was a bar the guy had on his dash and covered probably 3 foot of his dash, and it was lights going back and forth. The one light, I think it was a string of lights, go back to over to one side and bounce back to the other, back and forth as he was driving down the road. I thought to myself, you talk about a real distraction. To me, that's a real distraction, the oncoming traffic. It's like, I really don't understand the purpose behind it, but I was wondering if any other drivers have been seeing that. It confused me of why you would even put it up there, like that. And I would think, like these LED lights and these light bars, that should be illegal too, because I know these are, like this guy behind me, Scott, because they're for off-road use only. If you look at the packaging or on the lights themselves, they say off-road use only. I don't see one of these trucks out here, unless it's a dump truck going down down off-road to me. So obviously, they should not be on there, let alone going and driving down the road. Chevy guy touched on driving in bad weather. I'm not going to lie, I've been in some pretty bad storms, and I've drove at times I shouldn't have. I remember about 20 years ago, or a little more than 20 years ago, I was going across Iowa, had a parking spot out there, the famous Iowa 80, but I went ahead and drove into Des Moines. I tell you what, every place I looked, there was trucks in the ditch. And for the life of me, I'm still trying to figure out why I pushed the window. But anymore, the roads are bad, I'm not going nowhere. It's not worth it to me. I mean, my company, I had an incident in 2014. We had a few inches of snow on the ground, and I was running the city for 4 acres instead of the line haul. And I went out, a straight truck. Like I said, a few inches of snow on the ground. I went to one of our customers and I asked if they had an off-road forklift there. They just unloaded a flatbed out there. I said, well, can't you all bring it out? Just pick it out of the bottom of my truck. No, you got to back into the dock. Well, one of their trucks was right up close to that dock where I was going to back into. Notice that truck, when I backed in, said within a few inches of the side of my truck. Well, lo and behold, when I took off, a truck spun, went to the right, and I hit that truck. Busted the grill out of it, busted the hood and stuff. Our company considered that the same act as any accident, whether it's on dry road or whatever. They didn't take no consideration about road conditions. They told me literally, if the roads were that bad, I shouldn't have been out there. So, roads are bad, I no longer go. That's my decision. I've been out there on them bad roads. I'm not saying that I haven't done it myself, but if the roads are bad, your life is not worth that load. Period. No life is worth that road. Worth that. No road.
Yep,
no load is worth your life.
Correct.
You know, I was out in Illinois one day, and this is a stretch of road that Jolly Green runs every night. There on I-70. In fact, I spoke to him earlier, and he was hitting some pretty bad winds there on the west side of Indianapolis. I hope him and all the guys out there traveling them winds have a safe ride. I mean, I know it's hard. I've been in some heavy winds. But I'm driving along, and all of a sudden, the road is a solid sheet of ice. It's one of them little small snows that had melted and froze solid.
Mm-hmm.
Sure you've experienced that in your life. Well, we're out there in the middle of nowhere, Illinois, just inside Illinois line from Indiana on I-70. And there's no place to stop. I mean, there's nowhere. So we're easing along. I'm there the right way, in line, going probably 25, 30 mile an hour, whatever we're doing. Hearing the guys coming eastbound saying we'll be out of it within about 15, 20 miles, depending on where you're at. And we're telling them you get close to the Indiana line, you're going to be out of it. Well, all of a sudden, I start hearing on CB, yeah, there he is. Yeah, that's where he belongs. And I'm like, uh-oh, what the world's going on? Of course, there's trucks off the road, in the median, all over the place. Yeah, there's where he belongs. I get up here, and a trash Peterbilt smoky gouger in any way, shape, or form. Here's a charcoal gray 379 in the median, about 10 feet from the front end of the CR England truck. And we found out that what had happened, where everybody else is running in the right lane, like we was going eastbound, going really slow, this guy come barreling up the left lane, doing, they said, every bit of 60, 65, and he lost it. And everybody was here like, yep, you want to drive like that on ice, then you deserve what happened to you. You know, the good thing is, I don't
don't think he was hurt because he was moving around in the cab. But that poor CR England driver, I had to pity him because that Peterbilt was only about 10 feet from his butt bumper, and he almost hit him. He had on in that median. You know, that poor guy was in the median because he put his in the median, and this guy almost hits him head on. You know, that had to be a horrible experience.
Yeah,
sitting
right.
there watching that truck coming at you, and there's nothing you can do. You know, but yeah, that's been a little bit of my experience out here on this. I would like to get some feedback from other drivers who've seen that light bar like that. Like I said, this is the best way I can describe it. I've seen these kind of lights on other things, but I can't remember anything. Do you remember an old TV show called Battlestar Galactica?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Remember
Loved it.
that show?
Yeah, loved it as a kid.
Do you remember how the Cylons, the light went back and forth across that visor? Well, this was like that, except for the light stayed almost to the other end before it bounced back. Very similar to that. I don't know how else to describe it. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for now, and I thank you for having me back. Take care.
All right, Gilligan, have a good night. Thank you for checking in. Be safe out there. And let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. I mentioned shipping deadlines is just around the corner. FedEx, U.S. Postal Service, UPS, along with overnight delivery, the three largest carriers and their holiday shipping deadlines. And that's the recommended last day to ship. And it's almost identical to what we had for the last 2 years, 2019 and 2020. Now, retailer shipping deadlines for online orders do vary. Many stores still offer the curbside and in-store pickup right up to Christmas Eve, but the U.S. Postal Service said they're expected this is expected to be the busiest week of the shipping season. Nearly 2.3 billion pieces of mail, greeting cards, packages. Now is the time to mail your greetings and packages to make sure they reach their destination, according to the Postmaster General. Looks like the last day for ground shipping before Christmas. Wednesday's the last day for ground delivery with FedEx, U.S. Postal Service. UPS recommends using their website to get an estimate, they say. But the recommended last day for shipping gifts domestically for delivery, December 24th. Again, UPS has checked their website for a quote. Let's see, for 3 days select Tuesday, next Tuesday, the 21st. Second day air, deadline Wednesday of next week. Next day air, and you know, I don't know if you've checked prices on that as of late, but it is unbelievable, the charges for next day air. But you can ship Thursday and get it there by Christmas Eve. But trust me, like I said, you're going to pay for it. FedEx deadlines for Christmas. Now, the last days to ship gifts within the U.S. Yeah, FedEx home delivery, they suggested, was yesterday, December the 15th, Wednesday. So now you're moving up to the more expensive categories. FedEx Express Saver or FedEx 3-day freight. You've got next Tuesday is the cutoff. FedEx 2-day delivery. Next Wednesday, FedEx 1-day freight or FedEx Extra Hours. You can ship on Thursday, December the 23rd. But again, if you haven't checked the prices on some of these, it's unbelievable. All right. What else we got? All right, U.S. Postal Service. Some of the deadlines are already here, right? U.S. Postal Service notes that most deadlines are not a guarantee, and the dates are for estimated delivery. But this is the recommended send-by dates to expect a delivery before December 25th in the lower 48. Retail ground shipping yesterday, December 15th. If you're going to send anything first-class mail, the recommended last day to ship is Friday, December the 17th. If you're going to ship priority mail, deadline is Saturday. Now, Priority Mail Express, which again I believe is very expensive, you can ship on Thursday, December the 23rd. But those shipping deadlines are all pretty much already hitting their marks. All right, we'll get back to your calls just ahead here. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. They had a case of the COVID. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's plane. You can't help but laugh at this. People wearing, the full-fledged hazmat suits were waiting on the tarmac for the Secretary of State's plane after a member of the press corps apparently tested positive for COVID after a short trip overseas. It says here, update from Blinken's plane. We just landed on our next stop. These are the type of people who start approaching our plane after someone tests positive for corona in the secretary's entourage. They shared the photos. The Washington Post, John Hudson tweeted a photo of the absurd scene. Like I said, they look like something out of a photograph from the movie Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman. Come on, it's not that insane. Blinken was scheduled to fly to Thailand after traveling to the UK, Indonesia, and Malaysia, but the trip was cut short after the positive test. Now, neither the Secretary of State nor anyone on his staff tested positive. Again, it was someone in the press corps. But they still canceled the trip out of an abundance of caution. We learned this morning through our routine PCR testing that a member of our traveling press pool had tested positive upon arrival in Kuala Lumpur. So that ends the trip there, but give me a break. Full hazmat gear. All right, it is 844-844-3388. A news break and more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, mentioned earlier the breaking news, I guess about the midnight hour, that Urban Meyer let go. Now, one of our listening friends, Swell, said, think of it like this, Steve, because Eagle said that he should have resigned. And he said, well, it works like this. Getting fired gets him paid for the rest of his contract. If you resign, you get nothing. That could very well be the case. Maybe. I don't know how the contracts work in the NFL, but That would make sense to me, wouldn't it, you? If you got $1 million to stand, millions to lose, potentially, if you resign from your position. All right, a quick summary of the Federal Reserve's interest rate information that came out this past afternoon. Yeah, it looks like they're going to start bumping up interest rates. Here's how it's going to unfold. He says, Carl says, all right, the current plan, according to the Fed's announcement, the Fed Powell, is for 3 interest rate increases in 22, 2 increases in 2023, and 2 more in 24. Now, assuming these are all, say, 0.25% increases, that translates to 1.75%. That would add about $250 per month to a $250,000 variable interest rate mortgage. So if you've got listeners that have a variable interest rate mortgage, this might be a good time to consider locking in a fixed rate. Now, the Fed says they see 5.3% inflation for this year. They predict 4.2 for next year, 22, and 2.6 for 2023. Now, keep in mind that the powers that be have once again changed how inflation is calculated. So whatever they say, you need to add about 3.5% to get their number to a realistic number. Why is it they change the way they calculate those numbers? Well, because the numbers as they stand, the way they really are, look so damn bad when you're saying it's the highest inflation since Ronald Reagan was president. That's not good. And then I'm hearing the quotes on the news where Joe Biden speaking this past evening, and he's confident that the Democrats will maintain their leadership in the midterm elections. Is this man absolutely delusional? Is he not seeing the act? I mean, polls coming from the Democrat Party. Yeah, not the conservatives. I mean, the actual Democrat. CNBC's poll I shared with you last evening, saying that since they've started taking this poll, as far as people leaning to vote Republican or Democrat, the Republicans have a 10-point lead. If the election were held today, how did he said it would be an unmitigated nightmare, disaster for the Democrats. I don't know what Joe Biden knows unless something big is going to change between now and next November. That's always a possibility. Of course, in the world of politics, a year is an eternity. So, I suppose that could change, but that's just either that or he's just saying what the people want to hear. I got an email from Scooter a little bit earlier. Said, rolling south on 75 in northern Ohio, dragging a set of doubles with a light back box. And the tail is wagging the dog tonight. Everybody stay safe out there. Yeah, the windy conditions. We are seeing some of the highest winds we've seen with this system to date. Now, here in southwest Ohio, we're only contending with I think 20, 30 mile an hour gust is the best, the largest winds we were anticipating here. Now, further to the north, let's say up there where Scooter is, I think they do still have some wind advisories. Let me see what they've got there. Yeah, wind advisories, not high wind warnings. You get up into Michigan now, the northern portions of lower Michigan, still high wind warnings for all of Wisconsin, northern Illinois. Things continue to howl tonight. How high the wind advisory? We'll see what they're anticipating up there. All right, 20, 30 miles sustained with gusts up to 50 for northern Indiana, southern lower Michigan, and northwestern Ohio. And that wind advisory continues till 4 o'clock this afternoon, as a matter of fact, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Check out the National Weather Service there over in Indianapolis. What are they seeing? Okay, so 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gusts to 50. Central, east central, north central, and west central Indiana. Now, granted, that's not the 75-mile-per-hour winds we were seeing this past, even some gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour. Now, out of Minnesota, they say, although the severe weather has come to an end, there were numerous tornado warnings issued in Minnesota Wednesday evening. This was the first time tornado warnings were issued anywhere within the state during the month of December. Now, the National Weather Service will be doing storm surveys over the next several days to determine if any tornadoes officially touch down or if damage has been caused by the winds separate from a tornado. You had strong enough straight-line winds to cause damage. Anyway, either way, residents of Minnesota and the surrounding states are going to have days, if not weeks, of cleanup ahead. All right, let's...
About how the Democrats think you're too stupid to get a photo ID card. Now, I'm considered a minority, and if I can get a photo ID card, I just get somebody to take me to the motor vehicle place, or I just take a cab or a bus or whatever. If I can do it, why can't these other people do it?
Yeah.
This is the problem with I dealt with when I started working. I had a rehab counselor, a glorified social worker, and he kept telling me, I can't do this, I can't do that. And I said, don't you tell me what I can or cannot do. You know what my skills are. Now find a job for me. I'm not going to work in a workshop making brooms and mops for 50 cents an hour. And I had to keep on this guy until he finally found work for me. And at that particular time, the only work I could get was from the federal government. I worked at the National Library Service for the Blind for 44 years before I retired. But anybody out there who's got a handicapped son or daughter and you're dealing with social workers, you got to keep on them continuously, because a lot of them will pretend to help you and do nothing.
So you got to get out there and fend for yourself, in other words.
Exactly. I don't know what it is with the left, but they want people to remain helpless, so you vote for them every 4 years.
Yeah, right.
And I had somebody come to my door last summer. It was a special election, and the guy wanted me to vote for him. And I said, what have you done for the blind lately? And he couldn't tell me anything. And I said, see, that's what I mean. You don't even know blind people exist.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't want to debate with me, so he just said, have a good day, and went to the next house.
Right. There you go.
Yeah. So anytime these people come to my door, one of them was starting to talk about climate change, and I opened a can of soda in front of them, and I said, see, I just released carbon dioxide into the air.
That's great.
So anyway,
man.
that's all my baloney for tonight, as one trucker would say, and hope everybody has a good day. And we're going to have a warm day today with probably a lot of wind coming up from the south before the front comes through, and we'll probably get a lot of wind this weekend. So you take care, sir.
Meanwhile, you're dealing with the very nice above normal temperatures there, over on the East Coast there. Yeah, today should be your warmest day of the week, blind man. Actually, sit out on the porch and enjoy the warm temperatures. Probably going to be in the mid-60s. The way things are looking there. All right, get a quick 2-minute timeout and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So if you look up at the screen, and we've got the artificial intelligence. They're kind of like an Alexa thing, trying to process what you're saying. And I look up the screen and I see, hey, suck my yak. Who in the heck could that be? Well, that would be Sex Maniac. That's what it interpreted as that. Hey, suck my yak.
Hey! I don't know where in the world that come from. Yeah, it is Sex Maniac.
I know.
Oh, God, that machine's crazy, I think. Hey, they did forget to say one thing, but Nancy Pelosi said that she thought that Biden was a perfect president.
Perfect president.
He's a perfect asshole. But I thought she was on drugs or something. Hey, well, I was going to tell you, last night when Pup called in about the tars on the front end of a car like that, it's just like when I run them low profiles on my one little car, they're size 18. But the donut was a 15. In order, you have to change both. Like my flat tar was on the front of my car, so I had to take both tars off and put two 15s on it, because if you run two different sizes on the front like that, on a front wheel drive, it'll burn your transmission completely up, is what happens to it.
Well, he was talking about the fact that he had the front wheel drive and he said you have to take a rear wheel off and put the donut on the back. Well, if I checked in the trunk or in the hatchback, there's one singular jack and one donut. How do you jack up the front and the back of your vehicle with one jack?
I don't know you. But, yeah, that's what you got to do. But now an all-wheel drive is a little different. But them donuts are certain sizes, but when you start changing the size of your rims and your tires and stuff like that, you got to be careful, because, like I said, when I had 18s on mine called for 15-inch.
So I had to run home and get two 15-inch tires and put on my car before I could even drive it back home, because it'll eat your transmission alive, because you got one tar working harder than the other. Just like he said, he was saying that he thought his brakes were locking up. That wasn't his brakes. That's more like his transmission. You can't run two different sized cars on a vehicle like that.
Hmm.
And another thing you talked about a while back, when a car hit a trailer and you got a trailer underneath you, if you could feel that, yeah, you can. About a year and a half ago, close to 2 years, I'd say, I was coming up 74 when it started snowing. It got pretty bad there all at once. Temperature dropped 5, and I noticed it start getting slick, so I let everybody get ahead of me. I stayed in the right lane.
Mm-hmm.
I crossed that one bridge up there on 465, and there wasn't nobody around me. I mean, it was pitch dark, and all of a sudden I felt a bump, like I thought I might have broke traction when I hit that bridge.
Yeah.
Well, I looked out my right mirror. I didn't see nothing because it was dark behind me. I didn't pay attention to my driver's side, and I got going a little bit. I was only running about 50 miles an hour. It's a good thing. And I pushed down on the pedal a little bit more to see if it was slick, and I felt like something holding me back. I thought, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
So I finally looked out my driver's mirror, and there was a damn Mercedes-Benz stuck underneath my trailer.
Wow.
Going down the road sideways.
Oh, boy. That's what I was talking about. You had to, I mean, so you were in slippery conditions, though, so it'd probably be more difficult to feel there.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was tooling down the interstate on dry pavement, just, shredding the tires off.
Yeah, he should have heard that. He should have heard it, felt it, and everything, because, I mean, if a car or somebody runs into your trailer car on the back of your trailer, you can feel them hit it. I mean, you can feel it. But, and what happened was she hit that bridge, it flipped her sideways, and her damn windshield post got stuck underneath my trailer. So she was up against to the windshield more and more.
Mm-hmm.
I looked back there and I thought, oh my God, what in the hell? So I eased up there. When I started slowing down, it let her loose, and she come out from underneath. But it was a female driving, and when I let off of it, it let her loose, and we pulled over on the shoulder. I run back there to see if they was okay. And it was a Mexican woman. She had 3 kids in the back seat. I about died right there. I thought, oh, my God.
Could have been bad.
But nobody got hurt. Oh, yeah. Nobody got hurt. So, I did what I was supposed to do. I called the state troopers up here in Indiana, and, they was real busy that night. And they said, just stay there and all this stuff. And she called her husband, her brother come and got her, and he took off in the car and drove it home. Drove it wrecked. And I figured, well, he probably ain't supposed to be here, no license, no insurance, no nothing like that. And the state trooper, he pulled up, he goes, hey, where's the car at? I said, they drove off. He said, well, you did what you had to do. He said, you're free to go. No problem. Just go on and go. So, I was on my way to Effingham, so I still had to go to Effingham that night. And that was the end of that story. So, the bottom line is, you can most definitely feel somebody get underneath your trailer. And the only thing that really saved them was it was slick out. And I wasn't going very fast. I can imagine if I was going a little bit faster, it might have dug them up underneath the trailer more, and the trailer torch was sucking into the right driver's door towards the driver. But I caught it enough time to stop that to happen.
That could have been ugly. Could have been bad there, sex maniac. Well, thanks for checking in this morning. Rolling toward news update. Jolly Green Giant had chimed in right out of the box, hour one. And, I was looking at CDL Life. Said they're getting reaction from the trucking community, other drivers and whatnot out there about the sentence of 110 years for the driver in the pileup in Colorado. It was indeed an accident, although he made mistakes, correct? All right, he's 25 years old. And this is what Jolly Green was trying to explain. The judge said, if I had the discretion, this would not be my sentence, 110 years. But as a judge, he said he was compelled to issue the prison term due to what they call mandatory minimum sentencing standards in Colorado. I accept and respect what the defendant has said about his lack of intent to hurt anyone. But he did make a series of terrible decisions, reckless decisions. So the trucking community sharing varied reactions. Many said the judge got it right and he deserved to pay for his negligence. Others pointed to the inexperience of the young driver and the lack of intent to harm. Others said that working as a professional driver carries additional responsibilities. Lori says, and this is via CDL Life, some of the comments. Wow, the driver's 25 years old, for crying out loud. I mean, I'm not asking for total forgiveness. However, grace goes a long way. It's sad how people react in today's society. This is total overkill. Michelle says, this is why companies need to be stricter on who they hire. I've seen way too many companies just put anybody in the driver's seat. So many people think being a driver is so easy. They have no idea how much responsibility is placed on the driver. Tammy says, good. He definitely deserves it. We don't need these type of drivers. Carrie says he shouldn't have been the only one to share the blame. His carrier should never have sent him up there or out there without proper training. Jim says, I'm kind of conflicted here. 100 years, that's life. Yes, I know he took lives. The man was clearly distraught. I don't believe he did this on purpose. Yet as a professional, I remember my first time through the I-70 mountain corridor. Lucky for me, I'm from Colorado. I know the road, but bottom line, no one really trained me for it. I took it slow. I still do, as other professionals fly by me. So remember this verdict out there, 100 years for doing his job poorly at best. Remember this next time you would ignore the speed limit signs. Todd says there is no justice with that sentence. It was a terrible accident which was caused by ignorance. Jason said, so sad. Poor kid had no idea what it was getting into. Very sad. The company should be held responsible, not the kid with no experience driving. These trucks should not be allowed on the same roads as cars, and their top speed should be 45 max. So sad for this young man. All right, so convicted on 27 charges, 4 counts of vehicular homicide, 6 counts of first-degree assault, 10 counts of attempt to commit assault in the first degree. Extreme indifference, 2 counts of vehicular assault, reckless, 1 count of reckless driving, 4 counts of careless driving, causing death, found not guilty on 15 counts of criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree. Well, no, he wasn't intending to do any of this. Yeah, the speed limit was 45. He hit speeds of 85, said he had lost his brakes. Pile-up ultimately involved 24 passenger cars, 4 semi-trucks, 4 fatalities. But yeah, the price you pay out there. Wow. Okay, so differing opinions from different people out there. First of all, news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Republican politicians claim critical race theory in schools is teaching kids that American is inherently racist and people get certain advantages based on the color of their skin. And Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis explains how the state's new Stop Woke Act will address critical race theory in Florida schools.
It will put into statute the Department of Education's prohibition on CRT in K through 12 schools. No taxpayer dollars should be used to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other.
Russian President Vladimir Putin confirms that he'll be at the upcoming Winter Olympic Games in China, even as other nations are staging a diplomatic boycott. The Olympics are taking place in Beijing, but China's human rights record is leading many countries to say they won't send top officials to the Games. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate is preparing to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act to fund the military before they head home for the holiday break. But Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville criticizes Democrats for wanting to spend more on moving the USA to a greener economy than the military on Fox Business.
When you're spending billions of dollars on climate change, you're spending billions of dollars on EV cars and plug-ins and billions of dollars on more IRS agents. Maria, we don't have the money. We have overspent. We continue to overspend. They just jumped the debt limit up $2.5 trillion. I promise you, it's not going to go to the military.
The budget for the 2022 fiscal year includes a 5% increase for the Pentagon with an additional $10 billion increase in non-NDAA defense spending. A very confident President Biden is speaking about the 2022 midterm elections.
President Joe Biden spoke at the Democratic National Committee holiday party on Tuesday night and expressed optimism that his party will prevail in next year's midterm elections. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also spoke at the event and called Biden, quote, the perfect president. Many political analysts expect Republicans to roll up victories in House elections next November. In the USA Radio Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As we get the final hour underway on a Thursday morning, as we are now into the 16th day of December. There you go. Good to have you with us. Well, there were actually some trucking companies that opted to just keep them parked this past day. Which in some cases, I guarantee there's other companies out there and drivers wishing that they would have opted to park it, because we had plenty of advance warning about these winds. I mean, forecasters telling us we could see winds gusting to 100 miles per hour in some places. The Nebraska Trucking Association was telling drivers, first of all, be cautious in trying to advise their fleets. You make the best decision for the company. Yeah, many trucking companies had decided not to drive Wednesday or to allow any heavy or low-profile loads. They said winds like those could easily tip a tractor-trailer, especially on bridges or in curbs. And as Gilligan said earlier, there's no load or life worth the risk. But these drivers are highly trained, right? Or supposed to be. But yeah, they were offering advice for other drivers trying to drive around the big trucks. I don't know how many people actually got the message, do you think? Yeah, when you pass a car on a normal day, there's turbulence. You feel it on your car when you pass. Yeah, that is so much enhanced. And on these windy sort of scenarios, think about the fact that these trucks are fighting that wind as well, trying to get a feel for their truck and how it's going to react in the weather. Yeah, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office said, we full well anticipated multiple crashes as people follow too closely. I mean, the wind can cause your car to pull. That multiple crashes reported in one area, working with the Nebraska Department of Transportation. They were out all day, busy for the law enforcement and first responders there through Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas. Incredible winds. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Is that Jolly Green back with us? Hey there.
Hey, Steve, I wanted to comment on what Blind Man was talking about. One thing that I like about Blind Man is his father instilled in him, to be better, to have a regular job, And one thing I can say, he told that social worker, basically, you're going to listen to me and do what I want. Well, my son is handicapped. My son is autistic.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been involved. I was involved with MRDD for years. Now it's not MRDD. Now it's DDS, Developmental Delay Services. All right. My son is February, and he's been in a handicap factory in Tri-County for 8 years. And in that 8 years, my son has not progressed one bit. All because of those social workers that Victor is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, social workers involved, one at DDS and one at that handicap factory, and there is a therapist that's involved. All right? So, 8 years ago, he was put there from Raymond Walters after he graduated from Mount Healthy High School. He went to Raymond Walters for 2 years, and then he was put in that handicap factory because they said he was unemployable. Well, I just had a talk with his caregiver here about 3 weeks ago, and I told him that I was not happy with the progress that was being made. And I said, my son has not progressed, not one bit in 8 years. His caregiver said, and I quote, well, he's easily distracted. And I said, I am tired of hearing of what he can't do. What I want to know is what he can do. I said, I've had enough of this negativeness and all these social workers telling my son that he can't do this or he can't do that. And then you got a therapist that sits there with their thumb up her butt, and my son's self-image is down in the toilet. He has no self-image at all, and I blame the therapist for that. These social workers are supposed to understand what positive reinforcement is. They have no clue. And here I am, an uneducated truck driver, and maybe I know more than those social workers, because I agree with Blind Man. You listen to me. Well, I'm about ready to go have a meeting with these so-called professionals, and it's time to Jolly Green choose some butt. Because my son's going nowhere. They're not even trying. How about taking the Kroger's works side to side with him? He can bag groceries. What about taking tickets at Showcase Cinema or Extreme Theater right there at Northgate? There's a handicapped young woman in a wheelchair that takes tickets. My son can do that, but they won't even give him the chance because he's easily distracted. And in 8 years, they have not even tried. Instead, he makes what? $20 a week, Steve.
Wow.
Piece count. That's exactly what Blind Man was talking about. 50 cents to make a blasted broom. Give me a break. That's why I like Blind Man. Blind Man made something of himself, and his father was the driving force in behind him. I take my hat off to his dad. That's why I like Blind Man, because Blind Man says, I'm not going to allow my handicap get in the way of me succeeding. And I thank people like Blind Man, because he's got something to say, and he can even teach me something. You don't have to have eyes to know something. That man is smart. And I want to thank Blind Man for calling this show. And that's really all I want to say, because I wanted to make sure, I wanted to let you know, that I have a handicapped son. I knew exactly what Blind Man's talking about. So I want to make sure that the drivers out there, if they ever need any help or advice, Jolly Green's the person to give it to them, because I've been there. I raised a child like that. And now I'm fighting the system trying to get my son in just a minimum wage job, Steve, and that's all I want. I don't expect my son to drive truck or, to be an accountant. All I want to see my son is make minimum wage, maybe at Kroger's or at a movie theater, and just make, $300-400 a week. That would make me happy before it's time for me to move on to the afterlife. So That's why I can identify with Blind Man. So I just thought I'd call back with that information. I hope that maybe what I'm saying is encouragement. I will tell you the self-image, maybe one night I will talk about self-image and where Jolly Green was at in his 20s and what it took for him to get to where he's at now. And a lot of that was trucking. Trucking is what got me to where I'm at now. It gave me the confidence that I didn't have in my 20s. And I didn't even have confidence when it come to women back then because of I was depressed or I had a low self-esteem. That's what my son's going through right now. And I blame the therapist for not doing something about that area right there. And what they need to do is find out what my son is good at and concentrate on that. Stand there and build upon what he's good at. And Victor was talking about that. That's what he told his social worker, you know? And he's right. That's how you build self-esteem. And that's exactly what it took. It wasn't until I turned 28 years old and became a truck driver that I started developing self-esteem, and I realized I was good at this. So I want to thank the trucking industry because that is what developed good self-esteem for me. So, I mean, and like I said there, I know exactly what my son's going through. I understand low self-esteem. I've been there. I know what it's like. And it was rough. It was rough for me. But, you know, and I'm sure that Rambler can identify that. Church did help me in my 20s when it comes to self-esteem. It really did help. But I want to thank you for letting me talk about this. I'm very passionate when it comes to handicapped people. And I love handicapped people. They are very, very special. And people like Victor, I enjoy listening to him because he's very, very smart. And I want to thank him, like I said, again, for calling the show. But thank you for letting me speak my mind, Steve. I feel like I had to say something again tonight.
Very good. You're more than welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Yeah, we learn something every day, right? And let's get our quick 2-minute timeout here. Got an interesting email from Vic this past day. And we'll share that with you right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
right, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Talking about the vaccines, COVID-19. Steve, in short, we will never be fully vaccinated because this illness uses the same N gene as the flus. There are numerous articles on the outbreak of the new bird flu, H5N8, which has a high mortality rate, transfers to mammals, and changes amino acid structure, causing some medicines and inoculations to become ineffective. Also killed a lot of the wild bird population. It's curious as to why the messenger RNA alone was used to create a vaccine. Seems by now a traditional killed virus shot could have been developed. Apparently, this mRNA teaches our muscle cells to recognize COVID-19 and in turn, via spike protein, cause an immune response. Now, greatly simplified, not all muscle cells are equal. And it doesn't seem to differentiate smooth muscle cells that are used in vital internal organs. The government reluctance to fully share the pertinent information is directly related to people's reluctance to get vaccinated. In the end, mRNA vaccines are experimental. Each living organism has a unique immune system. Can a universal product create similar immune response in each living organism, peculiar to that organism? Well, it would be great if possible, but it sounds a little utopian for me. Meanwhile, I got vaccinated, and I will use precautions like avoiding crowds. I'll wear the mask, disinfecting things. For what it's worth, I used disinfectant all the time when I was on the road. Yes, I upset more than a few waiters and waitresses when using sanitary wipes or hand sanitizer on eating surfaces. I always sprayed showers with hospital disinfectant, used my own washcloths and towels. So, these practices are nothing new for me, but people have been wearing ski masks for years in cold weather. Now, the booster shots are still questionable because the variants will continue. We certainly do not know the long-term effects of repeated inoculations. Now, the hospitalizations are caused by acute respiratory disease reactions. And a lot is known about treating that illness. Seems to me the main focus should now be on treatment. And then lastly, we need to recognize this is a sickness that's going to be with us for some time to come. And you cannot shut down the economy every time there's an outbreak. You can't shut down the economy or change the laws. You are 100% correct, Vic, to which, let me share this with you, because this just came out. As we've been saying, we're all part of a great experiment right now. The Centers for Disease Control Advisory Panel will meet today, Thursday, to consider possible limits on the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because of continued blood clot issues. The CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will be presented new data that appears to show the rate of clots in people who received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has actually increased since April. Which, I'm trying to recall, wasn't there already a pause because of clotting issues? Now, this is citing clinicians that are familiar with the agenda. Use of the vaccine, now, well, there's the answer to the question. Use of the vaccine was actually paused for 10 days back in April to investigate the rare but potentially deadly clots, most of which are in young and middle-aged women. Now, we know of 9 deaths related to the issue. Yeah, no comment to Reuters for a comment from the Centers for Disease Control. But again, they'll be meeting today, discussing all these sort of things. But with that, let's get back to your calls here. Would that possibly be the red mule? Hello, Red Mule.
Hello, Steve. Did you get that email I just sent you?
Oh, let me flip over. Yeah, I did. Yes, photos. Yes.
Okay, now be real careful what you say there. Now, first, or probably the second picture there, on the fence, that was put up at a warehouse there where I pick up from time to time. I thought it was pretty funny that they didn't want anybody teaching people how to back into the docks. I guess somebody hit the fence there, and they weren't too happy about that. Now, the other photo, Steve, hold that up. Look at the license plate. Be careful what you say.
Let me see. I'm trying to look at the license plate. Does that say FO?
Right,
does that say FO?
F-U.
Okay.
The rest of it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit too small. I have to blow it up a little bit to see it clear.
Yeah. That car was in a traffic jam down there in California the other day, and so I got to see from the front and the back, how you pass each other back and forth. There was no license plate on the front of that car, and I cannot believe that is a legitimately authorized plate from the state of California. Somebody made that up and stuck it on their car. So, I don't know. I thought you might find that interesting.
Not the kind of thing that would make it through the license bureau, right? Approved.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. So somebody's taking a heck of a risk out there, and I would think sooner or later some law enforcement would see that and pull them over. And I don't know what they'd get them for, indecent or whatever, but that could get really interesting. Probably never hear that story. Hey, Steve, going back to the thing you're talking about with the...
Let me put you on. Hang on a minute there, Red Mule. I'm having a real hard time hearing you. Maybe if you could, adjust your microphone or something. We'll take care of our quick news break and try to come back to you. Bottom of the hour. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden spending part of his Wednesday assessing the damage at a tornado-ravaged neighborhood in Mayfield, Kentucky. Biden saying the federal government will continue to do everything possible to help Kentucky. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says stories of tornado survivors in Kentucky are harrowing.
But in recent days, we also heard about the generosity, the hard work, and the hope that are helping our state recover.
McConnell speaking on the Senate floor. Consumers are spending at a slower rate as retail sales in November rose slightly. Sales at U.S. retail stores, online sellers, and restaurants rose by just 0.3% in November from the previous month. It appears Amazon is once again having a big server outage. It has taken down Twitch and possibly other streaming platforms. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Thursday. Coffee up? You started earlier this morning. Yeah, the winds, they're still roaring across as I crossed upper Indiana, upper Ohio, and into Michigan. They've been gusting all night long. Yeah, it looks like we may have some storms to follow. Prayers for all those out there and on the road tonight. Be careful. Anyway, ready to head out to Sterling Heights, flip back to Fort Wayne. And yes, just 9 days till Christmas. Semper Fi, Truck and Phil, good to have you with us. All right, back to the Red Mule. Thanks for hanging in there.
Steve, I hope that sounds a little better there. What I was calling about, you're talking about this accident there in Colorado. Now, operating as a one-man trucking company, I've dealt with, I guess, 4 different insurance companies in my time. Every one of them makes it very explicit to me. You do not put someone in the seat unless we approve of them as a driver. So my question is, did the insurance company approve of this driver, or did the owner put him in the seat without the approval of the insurance company? We'll probably never know the answer to that, but I would like to think that somebody would plumb that out and find out whether the insurance company has an additional liability that they approved somebody that shouldn't have been approved.
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve, I'd like to take a minute and talk about something personal that I think might be of interest to your listeners. One of the kids I went to school with by the name of Randy, an old ranch kid, and his mother just died last month. 109 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And as near as they can tell, before she died, she was the last living person to be born in the Arizona territory before Arizona was made a state. Now, we think history is a long, long time ago, but really it's not that long ago. And we're still affected by the things that are happening, or that have happened in the past that we think don't affect us. So another thing I wanted to bring up about Randy, and this relates to the time we were in, that we live in. His grandfather had a humongous ranch there, and Steve, it says in the Bible, thou shalt not covet, and I try not to, but if I ever coveted anything, it would have been that ranch, because it was a perfect ranch. But the old man got burned by the banks in the Depression, and so there were rumors all the time about him having, when he'd sell his cattle, he'd take the money in gold and hide it around the different places. One of my distant cousins was married to his daughter at one time and had some health problems and needed an operation. Went to the old man and asked him for some help. Told him, he said, go out in the horse barn out there and behind, third or fourth post, whatever out there. He says, you'll find an old sock full of horsehair. He says, you'll dig down to the bottom. He says, you'll find some gold. He said, take out what you need to pay for that operation and then put the rest of it back. Now, with the way the economy is going nowadays, you have to wonder if maybe the old man's ideas weren't something we could learn from. So I just want to throw that out, Steve. I thought it was interesting, though somebody else might find it interesting. So if I don't talk to you again, have yourself a Merry Christmas.
It's been a while since we heard from you. You crossed my mind. I guess you took a little bit of time off the road, but it's good to hear from you.
Okay. We'll talk to you later, Steve.
Thank you much. All right, there you go. Red Mule. Well, they say chalk up another win for the famous theoretical physicist Albert Einstein. I guess they've completed a 16-year experiment where they tried to challenge Einstein's theory of general relativity. What do you think they came up with? Did they prove him wrong? Well, a not-so-surprising conclusion. Einstein was right. What makes the result more shocking, however, is the fact that an international team of scientists confirmed the theory using objects in space that Einstein didn't even know existed at the time of his breakthrough. Specifically, the team studied a pair of extreme stars using 7 deep space radio telescopes to examine how gravity affects the fabric of space-time. These stars, called pulsars, are actually part of a rare double pulsar star system, which one of the stars is spinning about 44 times per second. Wait a minute. The star is spinning 44 times per second. Its companion star is rotating about 3 times a second. Study authors say the motion of these two pulsars around each other makes this one of the most precise tests of gravity ever completed. A pulsar is a highly magnetized, rotating compact star that emits beams of electromagnetic radiation out of the magnetic poles. They weigh more than our sun, but they're only about 15 miles across. So they're incredibly dense objects that produce radio beams that sweep the sky like a lighthouse. Now, for Einstein's part, despite not knowing the existence of pulsars in the cosmos or having deep space telescopes to measure gravitational forces in space, this study finds Einstein's 100-year-old theory predicted the team's observations with near perfect accuracy at 99.99%. How is that possible? Einstein. I don't know. There's some things you cannot explain, but how did he figure that out? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, Chevy guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was a good tribute to Blind Man. I got to call him up after the show and let him know what Jolly Green said. Here on that. And he said, Jolly said that, trucking made him. Yeah, I'm looking, I guess it's March, 44 years of trucking. It's hard to believe. But I go on back. I mean, when I was in the Navy. I think I got the bug before I got in the Navy, but when I seen the movie Smokey and the Bandit, and I seen them great old trucks, and by the way, almost all of them they have in that movie I got to drive eventually, because when I started, most of the trucks I was climbing up behind the wheel was 60s and early 70s. But I also thought about some of the other career that I did just before I joined the Navy. I was working at the Ford dealership, body shop, and fella come along. He was a husband and a secretary there, and he goes, he tells me, hey, since you're not doing nothing, I had all my work caught up. He said, why don't you come with me? I got a repo, a Gremlin. And I said, oh, no, I don't want nothing to do with that. He said, it ain't nothing. You just drive up, hand them paperwork, and drive off with the car. Okay. So we get into this 69 Charger, and we drive out into the neighborhood. This is in Melbourne, Florida, and we pull up in front, just in front of the driveway. He gets out. Well, he don't have no paper. He jumps into this Gremlin, and he had a keys to it, fired up his Gremlin. About that time, this red-headed girl comes running out. This Gremlin, I mean, she was a match to her car. It was a bright purple Gremlin. She comes out, she's in a bikini, she's about a pasty white skin, bright red, and jumps on the hood of that Gremlin. About this time, I've got the car shifted up, sitting there shifted up into fourth gear. Yeah, get ready to pop the clutch. And then about that time, her daddy comes out with a double barrel shotgun.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, dude, buddy, I dumped that clutch. I can't tell you nothing about what happened there. At that time, I bucked tail. I must have left 2 black streets down that down that block. I got back over to the shop. I got in the office. I handed the secretary her keys to her husband's car. And I said, and I said, oh, that'll never happen again. I mean, that was my three hour career as a repo man. He comes flying in with that purple gremlin, you know, and he come walking. He's spitting mad. He says, "Man, how the blankety blanket I'm supposed to get out of there if they didn't let me have the car?" I said, buddy, when I seen them looking down the barrel of that shotgun, I said, "Hey, your problem." I said, "Don't you ever ask me to do that job again." So, truck has been a wonderful career. Some of them jobs people do, I watch on TV, Repo Man, and they seem to really get in it with taking people's stuff, like getting the stuff back. But no, I want to thank God for this trucking career, because it's been long and it's been good and a lot of good people. Just one more thing. I never pulled a load of steel in my life. All right. They hired me on with, at TMC. They didn't get a truck in to show us how to properly chain down a roll of steel. Well, I go on out there. I get sent into a steel mill. I'm sitting there. They put this big roll of steel in. I know how to put the cradle in there and how to set it. Well, doggone, if they didn't, they turned around and I look over to this owner-operator, and I said, "Sir, I have never chained down a load of steel." An owner-operator sitting next to a TMC, okay, cutting into his career at the time. There were 4 owner-operators come over there and they wouldn't let me touch the doggone thing. They were showing me how it's done. 4 owner-operators jumped on this guy and showed him how to properly chain down that load. And I've been able to repay that time and time again. But I just, I think if I'd have been today, if you're a driver, you get stuck in that position, they'd probably tell you to Google it. So I don't know what kind of a world we're in, but at least at Google, I guess you'll actually see how it's done. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail. But I've enjoyed everybody tonight. And Eagle, don't worry about getting people stirred up. It lights up the board. How about it? Over and out.
All right. Good to hear from you, Chevy Guy. Thank you very much, as always, once again. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
first sent me the video a day before yesterday. Then it's the California Highway Patrol that actually shared the video along, what was that? Yeah, in Truckee, there in California. Now, it's a video of the semi-truck dragging a trailer with multiple locked-up tires on the snowy road. Yeah, the California Highway Patrol's Truckee Division shared this on Tuesday with a caption that reads, "Hot dang, something ain't right with this one." But in the video, the trooper filming explains, if you can't see via the video, his rear tires are locked up, at least 3 out of the 4. And he's just dragging the trailer. He's going to break a chain. I'm a little bit confused, first of all. I mean, this is the trailer, the rear of the trailer. I didn't realize that. Do you put chains on those wheels? I mean, they're not going to be doing anything to give you traction, are they? But yeah, 3 of the 4. He's just, and it's kind of going up the hill sideways because those 3 wheels were locked up, and it's I've never seen anything like it. But morning, Larry. What's happening?
Good morning. That's a crazy story. I do not understand how 3 of 4 wheels can be locked up on the rear of the trailer. Something weird there. But I heard Jolly Green talking about autism and special needs, and I think I've told you before, our company does a lot with those 2 issues, autism. We have about 14 employees that has a family member that is involved in some level of autism. And over the last 3 years, we have donated over $45,000. Part of that is money raised by the employees, matched by the company, like a lot of folks do with United Way. But we keep it local. We do things here within this Kentuckiana area, and it's pretty neat to be involved in that. Steve, you might recall seeing a picture I sent you of our event with Santa Claus and a 7-year-old girl that had 2 prostheses who just lit up the room when she came in with her personality. Did you remember seeing that picture?
I do, yes, absolutely.
I'm going to tell you what, that little girl had no idea of her misfortune or deformity, whatever you want to call it, but it certainly doesn't hold her back. Thing I would tell Jolly Green, back when I was coaching at Northwest High School there in Colerain Township, they had a whole special needs program at Northwest High School, and it was really, really neat to see. Another place for him to look, Mike's Car Wash. I don't know how many cities Mike's Car Wash is in. I know they're here in Louisville. I think they're in Lexington. They're based out of Cincinnati. But they hire autistic kids, young people, to work in the car wash. In fact, there was a national story done on one of the news sections about how efficient autistic young people are in that environment. Think about it when you go to Mike's Car Wash. You pull up, there's an attendant usually who takes your money, or you have one of those cards you drive through.
Mm-hmm.
But that first individual you come in contact with, as you go into the car washing area, if that person is wearing earmuffs to protect the noise and is sometimes reluctant to look you in the eye until the process is over and you start to go through, there's a good chance that person is autistic, and they are very attentive to detail. But what that kid does is, they make sure that they're doing a good job. But autistic people are typically intelligent, but they have some other issues that kind of make it difficult for them to function in normal, regular society, if you will. But when you go through Mike's Car Wash, if you see a young person there with earmuffs on, and at first they're reluctant to look you in the eye, But as they complete their project, one of their systematic steps is that they look at you and kind of say thank you. And you'll see that time and time again. So have Jolly Green check that out with Mike's Car Wash. And you know, I understand what he's going through, the frustration sometimes, the counselors, they've got, I don't want to defend them necessarily, but oftentimes they have more students than they should have interacting with on a one-on-one basis.
So too many students per capita per ratio for those to deal with.
Right. And then sometimes some of them don't get the one-on-one attention that they need to actually improve their function.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a difficult road to hoe when you've got somebody like that in your family. And typically, when we're someplace and we see somebody acting a little different, most of us don't know how to respond to that. I'm not perfect at it, but it's something that we all probably need to do a little better when we see somebody. Don't look at them with pity. Look at them with a smile and give them a high five.
Hey, Larry, thank you so much. That's a great place to leave things off here because we'll do just that. Wrap it up here on a Thursday morning. Hey, hopefully a better day for truck traveling around the country. Still windy areas in the northern tier, but improvement as we progress on through a Thursday. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll be getting set for the weekend, rolling into a Friday. First of all, for this week's final edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I